Hello.
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 Yes.
Yes.
This is John Glover on this February 27, 2022. I'm here to deliver to you the God order new. That God has ordained the black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of infinity infallibly. Whereas Eta sub n by God
You need to mute your phone.
is the infallible formula for intelligence. And N is the level of intelligence.
Donovan,
Yes.
you need to mute your phone so we can hear.
I'm sorry about that. All right. Eta sub n first feels like. Or did you? Eta sub n, first revealed by God to Professor Gabriel Oyibo, is the infallible formula for intelligence, represented by eta sub n equals g sub nj times x sub j to the n plus 1 power. And n is the level of intelligence. God has designed that n for Professor Gabriel Oyibo to be infinity, hence eta sub infinity infallibly. And since Black people share the same genes as Professor Gabriel Oyibo, God has ordained the Black race to be the most intelligent race, the richest race, the most undefeatable race. As a consequence, we are the chosen race, infallibly. Not the Jewish people, the Black people. This has been verified and accepted by Yale University, the United States government, and globally. Above all, we must understand that this has forced Jim Crow to surrender on all fronts. And I'm going to show you how Jim Crow has surrendered on all fronts. If you take a look at your screen, you will see a particular page that talks about in red, it has a Gauss year 2005. Do you all see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Praise God. This is a particularly important document to have or to go over because what we're talking about here is Göttingen University, the headquarters of intelligence prior to Gagut and the Alphabet Institute of Technology in terms of the headquarters of intelligence in Germany. This is a German university, and in 2005, they selected the greatest mathematics works around the world to honor, at that time, the great, or at least at that time, it was considered to be the greatest mathematician, which was Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. I'm going to bring to you on your page, just for a quick second, on who Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss is. Just 1 second. Do you all see the page of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss in front of you?
Yeah.
Professor Johann Carl Friedrich Gauss, born April 30th, 1777, transformed on February 23rd in February 1855. He was a German mathematician and physicist who made significant contributions to many fields of mathematics and science. Now, this is the part that's most important. Sometimes referred to as the Princeps Mathematorum, which is the foremost mathematician, and, quote, the greatest mathematician since antiquity. Gauss has had an exceptional influence in many fields of mathematics and science and is ranked among history's most influential mathematicians. Do you understand?
Yeah.
This tells you everything you need to know about who Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss is. He's considered to be the greatest mathematician since antiquity. And he comes from Göttingen University. He was the head of the mathematics department at Göttingen. And he transformed on in 1855. 2005 comes around about 150 years after his transformation, and they're honoring Gauss by selecting the greatest mathematics works to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. So let's go back to the Gaussian 2005 list. Do you all see the list in front of you?
Yeah.
You have the list in front of you, and what's important to understand is if you look at the very top of the list, you see the work of Professor Gabriel Oyibo as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
To understand that ranking, we must understand the company in which Professor Gabriel Oyibo keeps. If you go to week 19 or NR19, you will see the title and names listed there: Sir Michael Atiyah and Daniel Yagranitsa, Field Medalist Lectures. Do you all see that at week or NR19?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who is Sir Professor Michael Atiyah, you ask? Well, let's take a look. Do you all see the Wikipedia page of Sir Professor Michael Atiyah in front of your screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, born April 22nd, 1929, transformed on January 11th, 2019. He was a British Lebanese mathematician specializing in geometry. He was awarded the Field Medal in 1966 and the Abel Prize in 2004. Now, if you go to the actual early life of Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah, you will see that Atiyah grew up in Sudan and Egypt, but he spent most of his adult academic life in the United Kingdom at the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge, and in the United States at the Institute for Advanced Study. He was the president of the Royal Society from 1990 to 1995, founding director of the Isaac Newton Institute from 1990 to 1996, master of Trinity College, Cambridge in 1990 to 1997. So he's a mathematician who is a successor to another famous mathematician. That famous mathematician is Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Do you all see Sir Professor Isaac Newton's Wikipedia page in front of you?
Yeah.
Sir Professor Isaac Newton, born December 25th, 1642, March 20th, 1727. He was an English mathematician, physicist, astronomer, alchemist, theologian, and author, described in his time as a, quote, natural philosopher, widely recognized as one of the greatest mathematicians and physicists of all time, and among the most influential scientists. That tells you everything you need to know about Sir Professor Isaac Newton. He is considered to be one of the top 3 European mathematicians. There's Gauss, who's the number one mathematician. There's Newton. There's another individual by the name of Euler, who we'll get into at a later point. But what you must understand is those 3 make up the top 3 European mathematicians. Newton came from Cambridge University in England. And what's important also is that his book, Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, translated from the Latin to be Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, first published in 1687, established classical mechanics, one of the primary bases or the primary subjects of physics. So what you must understand is that he is considered to be one of the greatest mathematicians in the European system, one of the top 3. Atiyah is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton. They both come from Cambridge, you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
The other thing that's also important to understand about Atiyah, first of all, that alone, that work going to put him as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Because even though Gauss is considered to be the superior mathematician, he had a lot of respect for Gauss. You understand?
Yeah.
So then you also have to keep in mind the other thing which is important, which is, and you remember in the listing for ATIA in week 19 on the Gaussian 2005 list, it talked about field medalists as in plural lectures. Well, what is the Fields Medal? Well, let's take a look. Do you all see the Wikipedia page of the Fields Medal in front of you?
Yes.
The Fields Medal is a prize awarded to 2, 3, or 4 mathematicians under 40 years of age at the International Congress of the International Mathematical Union, or IMU. A meeting that takes place every 4 years. This is the part that's most important. The Fields Medal is regarded as one of the highest honors a mathematician can receive and has been described as the Nobel Prize of Mathematics. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Fields Medal acts as equivalent to Nobel Prize, but specifically for mathematics, since there's no Nobel Prize in mathematics. Now, if you scroll down, you will see the list of winners since 1936. You see the list in front of you.
Yes.
See, from 1936 onwards, you even see Atia's name listed here as one of the winners in 1966. Do you see that? Do you see Atia's name listed there as a winner in 1966? A field medalist in 1966.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I see.
Right up until the 2002, the last award given before the 2005 Gaussian 2005 celebration. If you count up all of the winners from 1936 up until 2002, there are 44 Nobel Prize Award equivalents of field medalists. Do you see that? Including Atia.
Yes.
A work that Atia was listed at in week 19, which contains field medalist lectures, contains all field medalists in that work. That could have been the other reason why Atia's work could have been selected as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, because he is won an award which is equivalent to Nobel Prize for mathematics, and he's listed with 43 other field medalists or Nobel Prize Award equivalent in mathematics. Any one of those things could have labeled or placed Sir Professor Michael Francis Atia as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. But as we go back to the list, the Gaussian 2005 celebration list, you will find out, and this is what's important to understand, is that Göttingen ranked the work of Sir Professor Michael Francis Atia and the other 43 field medalists inferior to Gagut. That is why they placed Gagut as the #1 work and placed his work as Sir Professor Michael Francis Atia's work and the other 43 field medalists 7 places below where Gagut is placed. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What you must understand about this is that Gottingen has declared Gagut to be worth more than 44 Nobel Prizes. That tells you how much they view Gagut. You understand?
Yes.
We call your attention now to week 23, NR23, which has two Russian names. The second name is the name we would like to focus on, which is Anatoly T. Fomenko. Who's Anatoly T. Fomenko, you ask? Well, let's take a look. Can you all see the page of Anatoly T. Fomenko?
Yeah.
Anatoly Timovich Fomenko, born on March 13th.
Okay.
March 13th, 1945. He's a Soviet and Russian mathematician, professor at Moscow State University, well known as a topologist and a member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. So his credentials are laid out here, but what's important to understand, and this is the connection we're going to get you to understand, is that Professor Fomenko is a successor to another famous European mathematician in the European society. That mathematician is Professor Leonard Euler. Can you all see the page of Professor Leonard Euler?
Yeah.
Yes, I see it now.
Professor Leonard Euler, born on April 15th, 1707, transformed on September 18th, 1783. He was a German-Swiss mathematician, physicist, astronomer, geographer, logician, and engineer, who founded the studies of graph theory and topology and made pioneering and influential discoveries in many other branches of mathematics, such as analytic number theory, complex analysis, infinitesimal calculus. He introduced much of the modern mathematical terminology and notation, including the notion of a mathematical function. He is also known for his works in mechanics, fluid dynamics, optics, astronomy, and music theory. Now, this next paragraph is the next part which I want you really to focus on. Euler is held to be one of the greatest mathematicians in history and the greatest of the 18th century. So Euler is, like I said, he's one of the top three mathematicians along with Gauss and Newton. He's also, if you skip the next sentence to go to the next sentence after it, Carl Friedrich Gauss remarked, quote, the same Gauss who's being honored in the Gauss year 2005 celebration. Gauss came after Euler. So he remarked, quote, the study of Euler's works will remain the best school for the different fields of mathematics, and nothing else can replace it. That's such a glowing review by Gauss on Euler. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And the last part is the most important part, which is he spent most of his adult academic life, Euler that is. Euler spent most of his adult academic life in St. Petersburg, Russia, the same Russia from which Professor Fomenko currently is at. You understand?
Yes.
So for all practical purposes, Fomenko is a successor to Professor Euler. And Euler had a lot of respect from Gauss, like he had respect for Newton. You heard the sentence the quote that he was given in which he glowingly remarked about Professor Euler. Do you understand?
Yes.
The successor to Euler, which is Professor Fomenko, could have easily been placed as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Gottingen, on the other hand, they chose to rank the work of Professor Fomenko inferior to Gagut. That's why they placed his work at week 23 as opposed to week 26, 3 places below where Gagut is placed. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We go now to week 24, NR 24, which is David Hilbert, Professor David Hilbert, knowledge and mathematical thinking. Well, let's take a look. Well, first of all, let's take a look at Professor David Hilbert. Let's take a look at who he is. You all see the Wikipedia page of Professor David Hilbert. Can you all see the Wikipedia page of Professor David Hilbert?
Yes.
Professor David Hilbert,
see it
born
now.
January 23rd, 1862, transformed on February 14th, 1943. He was a German mathematician and one of the most influential mathematicians of the 19th and early 20th centuries. If you look at his portrait in the right, and the section that goes below, you will see the institutions he's associated with. There are 2 of them. The second one is the most important, which is Göttingen University. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's associated with Göttingen University in the fact that he was the head of the mathematics department. He is also a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss as head of the mathematics department. Do you understand?
Yes.
Sorry, just one second. You also see the doctor students, people who got their PhDs in mathematics under Hilbert. You will see that he has 69 PhDs in mathematics under him. You see the long list of names who are all, and they're all stars in the field of mathematics as they are hyperlinked pages. You see that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Professor David Hilbert, who is a successor to, successor to Professor Gauss as head of the mathematics department, who comes from Göttingen, who is considered to be the last of the great mathematicians, or one of the most influential mathematicians of the 19th and early 20th centuries. 69 PhDs under his belt, and all of them became stars in the field of mathematics, which is a legend in itself. He could, and like I said, he comes from Göttingen. He's a successor to Gauss. Göttingen had all reasons to place Professor Hilbert as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, since he comes from Göttingen and was a successor to Gauss. However, Göttingen ranked the work of Professor Hilbert inferior to Gagut. That's why his work is placed at week 24, 2 places below where Professor Oyibo's work of Gagut is placed. You see that? Göttingen University very painfully had to rank the work of Hilbert, their own son, inferior to Gagut. That's why he was placed at week 24 as opposed to week 26. Do you understand? That again establishes the company in which Professor Oyibo keeps. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So then the question now remains, well, there's several questions. 1, what made Gagut so special? Why is Gagut selected as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss? And then also you say, well, I see the NR 26 in front of Oyibo's name. How in the world is that #1 if it's number 26 that listed that? We're going to answer all those questions. But I first want to call your attention to something that's very important. something that is a very important, especially in terms of honoring one's heroes. The Europeans are very good at honoring their heroes in terms of venerating and support and revering them, but also letting the world know of how they think of their heroes. If you take a look at your screen, you'll see a Deutschmark, a German currency, which has the likeness of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Do you all see that? Do you all see the 10 Deutschmark in front of your screen?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
This is very important because this shows how much the German people understood what Gauss means for them as a people and what Gauss what Gauss is represented in terms of what Germany is. You see, Germany wasn't a full nation until 1871. And part of the unification, because there were several various states of Germany, Bavaria, Prussia, Saxony, and so forth. One of the reasons why Germany was able to unite as a whole country was because of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Gauss put Germany on the map because of his brilliance and genius. He was able to show his genius in mathematics and in physics and so forth. And in the process, he got Germans not only to be prideful in themselves, but also he put Germany on the map. All those states came to become one nation. And to show gratitude for what Gauss did, the German people had put his likeness on a Deutschmark, or a currency of Germany. Now keep in mind, currency is usually occupied by either monarchs or politicians, like a president or so forth, like that. Gauss was neither. He was not a monarch. He was not a politician. But the German people understood his influence in terms of what he has done for the German people. And they put his likeness on the 10 Deutschmark as a means of venerating and revering what Gauss' image is in terms of celebrating him and also recognizing and respecting him for what he did for Germany as a whole. Do you understand that?
Oh, yeah.
That's a lesson Black people have to understand, because too many times in Black society, we tend up to ghettoize our heroes or disrespect our heroes. We don't understand the blessing that they've been given in terms of glorifying the Almighty God and what they've done, and they end up being either disrespected or when they transform on, they basically transform on into obscurity. That cannot happen now with Gagut. And it's a lesson to what was done for Professor Gabriel Oyibo in light of what he has done with Gagut, what God blessed inside his brains with Gagut, and how that unifies the whole Gagutian people, Gagutian being the proper name for African. We'll get into that later as well. But the second point I want to bring to your point is also important, because if you look to the left of his image, you will see a graph on the Deutschmark. Do you all see that graph that's to the left of Gauss's image on the Deutschmark?
Yeah, I see it.
This is known in statistics as a Gaussian distribution curve. It's more commonly known as a bell curve. The bell curve being named because it's shaped like a bell. If you go from the origin, which is where the horizontal and the vertical axis coincide or orthogonal or 90 degrees apart, you have an origin. You go to the right of the origin, you start off with on the horizontal axis. You have what's called the data in terms of the rankings, what you're ranking. You're ranking the weeks of the Gaussian 2005. So to the right of the origin, you're going to start with week 1. To the utmost right, you're going to have week 52. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Does everyone understand? It's important that you all follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm following. Yeah, we're following.
Okay. When you have a Gaussian distribution curve, you're talking about a standard deviation, a deviation from a norm. But it turns out the norm resides at what's called the median. The median is the middle point of the curve. If you take the 52 weeks of the year 2005, the ranking from week 1 to week 52, you're going to have to determine the median for those weeks. The median is simply taking the number, the total number, and then dividing by 2. Since there are 52 weeks per year, you can divide 52 by 2. 52 divided by 2 is 26. Can you see that? 26 is 52 divided by 2. Do you see that? Do you all see that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Week 26 is
Week
an
26 is an exact
center
center of the median point.
So when you have week 26, week 26 will correspond to here, the middle of the horizontal axis. Where it corresponds to on the curve is what you call the absolute maximum of the curve, because the median is the middle point. It's the highest point. When it corresponds to where it is on the curve, it's the highest, absolute highest point. So that's the absolute maximum. That's where Gaussian ranked Professor Gabriel Oyibo's work of God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem in terms of all the other weeks. All the other weeks in that work on that Gaussian 2005 are going to be on lower levels in the curve. Gagut has no peer. It's number 1 because it's going to be the very top of the work. Top of the Gaussian bell curve, Gaussian distribution curve of the bell curve. Do you understand?
Yes.
The only that can go higher than Professor Gabriel Oyibo in terms of the work of Gagut is the work of the Almighty God. Do you understand it? Every other work on the Gaussian 2005 list will be inferior to Gagut. The only work that can go higher than Gagut is the work by the Almighty God. Do you see that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That deals with what the company that Professor Oyibo keeps. Now the question remains, okay, why did the Germans being the highest level in the European system, there's a hierarchy of the European system, and they are what's called WASP, White Anglo-Saxon Protestants, the highest level in the European system. They're higher than the Greeks, higher than the Italians, higher than the Spanish, higher than the Russians, higher than Jewish people. They're WASP, the highest level in the European society. Why did they select Gagut as the number 1 work to honor Professor Carl Frederick Gauss? Well, we come now we verge into territory of proof. And in Fapid Institute of Technology, we don't just dictate to you something to obey or to follow. We simply prove everything that we say. When we talk about Professor Oyibo being Gagut listed as number 1 work to honor Gauss, we shall prove it through 2 statements. The first statement is Gagut, G-I-J, J equals 0 of everything, has determined that mathematics, the subject that scares so many people, is nothing more but the study of theorems. Do you understand?
Yes.
What are theorems? Theorems are statements of infallible truth. So Gagut has determined that mathematics is the study of theorems. That's our first statement. The second statement is Gagut, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, an acronym standing for Gagut. All the words of that acronym are important, but the last 2 are the most important for this proof, which is unified theorem. Unified theorem means Gagut contains all theorems. You see that?
Yeah.
Since Gagut has determined mathematics to be the study of theorems, and since Gagut, from the words God Almighty Grand Unified Theorem, it means it contains all theorems. Those 2 statements now. One can infallibly deduce that Gagut contains all of mathematics, past, present, and future, and can reproduce any mathematical work, whether you're talking about the past mathematical works, the quadratic formula, conic sections, polynomials and other trigonometric, exponential, logarithmic, hyperbolic, and other types of functions as well. In addition, Gagut can reproduce the works of the past, the present, and even the future infallibly. So what this means is the following. The Germans recognized that Gagut contains all mathematical works and can reproduce all mathematical works. So what that means is that Gagut can reproduce the works of Sir Professor Michael Francis Atiyah and the other 43 field medalists at week 19. Gagut can reproduce the works of Professor Fermenko at week 23. Gagut can reproduce the works of Professor David Hilbert at week 24. Gagut can reproduce the works of Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Gagut can reproduce the works of Professor Leonard Euler. Gagut can reproduce the works of Professor Bernard Riemann, we'll get into also later in the broadcast. And Gagut can reproduce the works even of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, to whom the celebration was honoring. And you have to understand, it takes a miracle, a God-given miracle, for the Germans to even recognize something like this. Because if there had been no Gagut, the Germans would not have even entertained Professor Oyibo even on this list. Because of their mentality, the Jim Crow fraud of keeping black people out of the mathematics and sciences as a whole, for the most part, they've automatically precluded even people from looking for anything in terms of the Grand Unified Theorem or God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. So then there would be no black people on the list. Gagut not only forced them to put a black person on the list, it forced them to recognize that black person as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. So when Gagut has now been listed as the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, Göttingen has handed the baton over from Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, the greatest mathematician before Gagut. They have now handed that baton over of mathematical excellence to Professor Gabriel Oyibo, a black man, a Gagutian, and have officially declared that black man as the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed, past, present, and future infallibly. To this, we must say, praise God!
Praise God.
Praise God.
Praise God.
This is the victory that we've gotten through University Declaration that God is doing the number one work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Remember, the German people didn't even want to establish a joint class with the Jewish people who could pass for white, sometimes white. So if they did not want to strike up a partnership with the Jewish people, they definitely did not want to recognize black people as having intelligence. God got another hand to bow down to a black man and declare that same black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, as the greatest mathematician of all time, can never be surpassed. Past, present, and future infallibly. That is the blessing that we've been given through Gagut. And Göttingen recognized that in the 2005 celebration. Can you all see this?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's very important. The next step to understand is that Göttingen, as powerful as it is, as powerful as the surrender is, it's not the only surrender that has happened around the world. We go to the east of Europe. And like I should also mention that since Germany has surrendered, Germany says is the highest level in the European system. When Germany surrenders, the whole of Europe has surrendered. You understand? You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to bring your attention to another particular surrender. Can you all see
the
page, the
abstract page in front of you?
Yes.
This is gauge conditions for an insurance Simon system equation to motion. This is a research paper from the Department of Physics at Jamia Islamia. What's Jamia Millia Islamia? Jamia Millia Islamia is a top 19 school in India. So we're now going to East of Europe. We're going to India, a country with 1 billion population. And in this country, what's important to understand is that this is a research paper related to the Grand Unified Theorem from the Department of Physics at Jamia Millia Islamia, as I said, a top 19 school in India, which is funded by the King of Saudi Arabia. So that explains its Islamia connection to Islam. You see that?
Yes.
It has four authors. Could you just mute your phone? Unmute your StreamYard. So there's no echo. It's important to understand that these four authors, the third name is the most important in this research or this particular understanding. What is the third name? The third name is Krishnendu Dasgupta. Krishnendu Dasgupta is a mathematical physicist and a mathematical physics expert. He is determined, well, before I go into that, he comes from an Indian background, a Hindu background, and he also comes from an Islamic background. Let's deal with the Hindu background first. The Hindu background has a very bad mentality or a vicious system in place, which is known as the caste system in India. The caste system in India is a color-coded system in which people who are lighter skinned are at the very top of the list. You get into darker shades of color, you're in lower levels. When you're the black person or when you're black people in India, you're referred to as Dalit or untouchables, the very bottom of the system. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's important to understand this caste system is very much like Jim Crow's system in America and other places. But what's more interesting about the caste system is the caste system has not been in place for maybe a couple of years, a couple of decades, or even a couple of centuries. It's millennia old. Thousands of years old. So the caste system was thought to never change, or thought it could never be busted.
Could I interrupt you for a minute?
Sure.
What is the name of those people? The Dalits, I remember someone mentioned to me.
Dalits is a name they give for black people, which is the very bottom of the caste system. They're known as the untouchables.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yes. So when you have the caste system in place, you have a person who is from the caste system. Professor Dasgupta had a revelation from Gagut. First of all, he had seen a particular coverage on YouTube of the Gagut Global Lecture Series. The Gagut Global Lecture Series was a lecture series that took place in terms of 30 days in the country of Nigeria at the behest of the Nigerian National University Commission. They actually invited the whole world in 18 different universities and other lectures to Professor Oyibo to come to the university system and to face challenges and scrutiny from Canada, America, Germany, Switzerland, United Kingdom, UNESCO, Japan, India, and other Gagutian countries. They were there to challenge Gagut. They came all over the world, came to Nigeria to challenge Gagut. And as Minister Clemson Brown, who recorded the 100 hours of footage, of the Gaussian, the Gagut Global Series of Lectures in 2004, from November to December 2004, 30 days. After all that, after all the 18 lectures he gave at the universities and so forth, at the end, only at the end after all that, Minister Clemson Brown stated that when the dust cleared, only Professor Gabriel Oyibo, or Gagut, was left standing. That's what attests to what happened to all the challengers of Gagut. They were demolished. They were defeated. And this was no better. This was better. The best I can show you in terms of how it was exemplified in terms of how that Gagut demolished them was what happened with ABU, a university in Nigeria called Ahmadu Bello University, in which Professor Oyibo successfully defended Gagut. In his lecture hall, in that lecture in ABU, there was an Indian professor who was a mathematics professor who was a department head of the mathematics department. He had gathered a whole phalanx, a whole group of mathematicians to challenge and attack Gagut in the audience. And this is it's recorded. You can see it in the Gagut documentary part 1 and 2 on our YouTube channel. You can also see it in other forms of the things, and you can also get the DVDs also from us as well. After the Professor Oyibo made his presentation, Singh was one of the people in the audience, and he, like I said, was a whole group of mathematicians who were there to challenge Gagut. But in the end, Professor Oyibo successfully defended Gagut, and Professor Oyibo successfully defended Gagut so much that Professor Singh, after the lecture was over, not only did he give a lukewarm clap showing defeat, he was actually quoted by Elder Usman Gazama, Elder Usman Gazama being a born-again Christian and part of Professor Oyibo's security detail. Professor Singh confided in him that when the lecture was over on Gagut by Professor Oyibo, that Professor Singh's 42 years of mathematical teaching, this is what he actually told Elder Usman Gazama, his 42 years of mathematical teaching had been flushed down the toilet. You understand?
Yeah.
His 42 years of mathematical teaching had been reduced to nothing. And like I said, he was a light-skinned in the highest level of Caste. He admitted defeat at the hands of the black man Professor Gagut. This is part of what we're talking about. Professor Oyibo's success and Professor Dasgupta had witnessed that. He then wrote us a letter in 2007. I'll bring up that letter right now. So I can read it to you. You all see the letter in front of you.
See it now? Yep.
This is the letter from July 25th, 2007, 1940, to Professor Oyibo. Subject title: God's Mission and Dasgupta. Could you mute your phones? Mute your speaker things here. This is the title is God's Mission Dasgupta. It's testifying to how what he's going to say in terms of paragraph in terms of testifying. We're swearing about what he's going to say. You mute your StreamYard, by the way. All right?
There we go.
And the letter reads as follows. Dear Oyibo, good day. I've heard that you have been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. This is the part that you must listen to right now. You are more close to God than any of us. You are more close to God than any of us. I was also working upon this theory. Since my theory was different, God was different to me. Please write to me, as I would like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Krishnendu Dasgupta. So folks, ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed in real time the complete and thorough destruction of the caste system once and for all. We must say to this, praise God!
Praise God.
Praise God, my brother.
You have to understand the caste system was thought to be sacrosanct. It could not be challenged by anyone. Gagut not only challenged it, Gagut demolished it. And caste system was revealed to be demolished by Professor Dasgupta's own words when he declared a black man, a Gagutian, who he would have viewed as a Dalit before Gagut. After Gagut had been officially revealed by that same black man, he reveals that black man as being more close to God than any of us. In mathematics, we call that a complete diametrically opposed position. Before Gagut, black people at the very bottom. Now, after Gagut, you're now more close to God than any of us. That's what you have to understand, was the power of Gagut. Do you understand?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
Since we as black people share the same genes as Professor Gabriel Oyibo, when Professor Gabriel Oyibo has been declared by Professor Dasgupta as being more close to God than any of us, we as black people, we share the same genes as Professor G. Oyibo. That means we are more close to God than any other race. Again, that's a diametrically opposing position. Do you understand?
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
That deals with the Hindu part of the Indian culture of Professor Dasgupta. We're now going to deal with the Islamic part. Islam is a very important religion in India, and one of the things that's important to understand is the most venerated character in Islam. It's not Allah as we would expect. The most venerated character in Islam is Muhammad. You understand?
Yes.
How is this so? Why is this the case? The way that we can show or best prove that Muhammad is the most venerated character in Islam is what happened to a countryman of Professor Dasgupta's, an English author, but Indian author by the name of Salman Rushdie. Salman Rushdie in 1988, he wrote a work called The Satanic Verses. The Satanic Verses was a fictional account about Muhammad. It was known to be a fictional account of Muhammad. However, the book was considered to be such an affront to Islam, and so object to them, that the year later, 1989, the Ayatollah of Iran, he actually called upon all the followers of Islam around the world to go and assassinate Rushdie for that work. Do you understand?
Yes, I remember that.
Yes.
They called for the assassination. The Ayatollah of Iran called for the assassination of Professor Salman Rushdie because of what he has done to Muhammad. It was a fictional account about Muhammad, but it was considered to be such an insult to the followers of Islam, they called upon for his death. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how much the Islamic people don't play around with Islam, play around with Muhammad. So now you have Professor Dasgupta, almost 20 years after that, Rushdie's writing the work of the Satanic Verses. He actually is now declared a black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, as being blessed by God, as being more close to God than any of us. Notice he didn't say Professor Oyibo is a prophet like Muhammad, or approaching Muhammad. He said Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. That means Professor Oyibo supersedes Muhammad. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just like, for example, if he was a Christian, the analogy of Christianity is the most venerated character in Christianity isn't even Almighty God as one would expect. It's Jesus Christ. When Professor Dasgupta declares Professor Oyibo as being more close to God than any of us, he didn't say Professor Oyibo is approaching a Messiah like Jesus, or even he's not a Messiah like Jesus, nor approaching Jesus. He said Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. That means Professor Oyibo supersedes Jesus Christ. You understand?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the question now remains, after Dasgupta declared that, what do we mean by that? How do we say that Professor Oyibo supersedes both Muhammad and Jesus Christ? We can prove it, like we just did before. And like I said, fabrication and technology, we prove everything we say. Mathematics is not just the study of theorems, it's also the language of God. Why is it the language of God? God only speaks in infallible truths. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes.
Infallible truths is another way of saying theorem. So since God only speaks in infallible truths, God only speaks in theorems, which are mathematical statements of truth. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Gagut, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem has been blessed by God in the brains of Professor Gabriel Oyibo, which means God has blessed Professor Oyibo with all correct theorems. And remember, mathematics is the language of truth, and it's Gagut has determined that mathematics is the language of God. Since Gagut contains all mathematics, as we proved earlier, Gagut contains all infallible truths. That is why Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. And I call upon you now, and I ask you this as a challenge, which you can take up any time you like to prove it if it's the case or not. Where in the Old and New Testament for the Bible or in the Quran for Jesus and Muhammad respectively, as it stated that they had a Gij comma J to 0 formula, or an A to sub n formula,
or an A to sub n formula, which is the quotable intelligence.
We're talking about the creation story?
I'm talking about theorems. That's not a theorem.
It's not a theorem. That's
yes, I'm talking about, have they been attributed with a formula that contains all theorem in the Old or New Testament or in the Quran?
No, I would say emphatically no. I would not
Exactly.
being too familiar with theorems, but yeah.
In fact, let's even go a little step lower in terms of, is there any theorem, any mathematical rigorous proof attributed to Jesus or Muhammad in the Old and New Testament or in the Quran respectively? In other words, are they attributed to having any mathematical theorems they solved and they prove with rigor?
Yeah, we could say no.
That's why it's infallibly proven that Professor Oyibo supersedes both Jesus and Muhammad. You can't be so-called Jesus Muhammad and messenger of God and not speak God's language. And the only language God speaks is infallible truths, i.e. theorems. Do you understand? You understand?
Yes.
Does everyone understand?
Everyone understand?
Yes.
That is why Professor Oyibo Jesus Christ and Muhammad. The other thing that's important also is India surrendered on this the declaration, but also their neighbors also have surrendered. For example, China to the northeast of India, they have 1.3 billion population. They have been stating in their People's Daily, the world's fifth largest newspaper, they have stated, I'll bring it up so you can all see it. You all see the People's Daily paper in front of you.
Yes.
Just popped up.
Yes.
Not yet.
This is like I said, the fifth largest newspaper.
Okay, now.
Okay, now you understand.
This is the fifth largest newspaper in the world, the paper that brought Mao Zedong into power. It's titled, Nigerian Scientist Wins African International Prize for Science Technology. In the fifth line, it says, this is the highest prize for academic achievement in the history of science and technology because Gagut is the greatest human discovery. This is what the Chinese have said. This is a surrender to the Gagut, to black people to Gagut, to understand.
Yes.
They're just listed at a black man in history because Gagut is the greatest human discovery. That is what they've said. You understand?
Yes.
Then you have Russia to the northwest of China. They have stated, I'm going to pull up the Russian Daily News. Just one second.
The Russian Daily News. Just one second.
Just one second.
Just one second.
Russian Daily News, the paper
Russian
of the Kremlin,
Daily News, the paper of the Kremlin and President Vladimir Putin.
In the Russia Daily News,
news
item 1339, God Almighty is going to fight one contains all mathematics. Two contains all solutions to all mathematical and all other problems. And three, as a consequence of those 2 points, Gagut has earned all academic prizes, past, present, and future infallibly. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yes.
You have China surrendering. You have Russia surrendering. You have India surrendering to the black people. This is now a surrender of Asia, just like Europe surrendered through Göttingen and the German people. This is now the surrender of Asia from Russia, China, and India. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that's the blessing. We have surrenders from the west. We have surrenders from the east. Now we're going to talk about what's going on in our own country, America. I call your attention to this research paper. Just 1 second. All right. You all see the Gagut Yale study in front of your screen.
Yes.
This is the Gene Journal. This is a study that was conducted in 1997 using Gagut, titled Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations. It's first important to understand in 1990, 32 years ago, Gagut came on the scene. Gagut dealt the final blow to Jim Crow's very vicious fraud of trying to force us to act as 3/5. From the time the ancient Greeks and Arabs came into Gagutia being the proper name for Africa, back in the BC time period, time they came into Kemet and Gagutia, in terms of the Greeks and the Arabs, there's been a determination by Jim Crow to force us to recognize or to be recognized as 3/5, the least intelligent. What we're going to understand here is that Gagut demolished all that by revealing that a black man, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, was blessed by God with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity infallibly. That dealt a serious blow to the whole fraud of that, because if we are the so-called least intelligent race, how can we produce a member of the race, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, that's been blessed with all intelligences, represented by eta sub infinity infallibly? You can't. So that demanded that the IQ scores be revised for the black people. After recognizing that Professor Oyibo was blessed by God of eta sub infinity intelligence, President Bill Clinton took to his labs in the country and in other countries, but particularly European labs and in universities, to review the actual, using Gagut and eta sub n formulas to revise the IQ scores of the black people. This research paper of nuclear DNA diversity in worldwide distributed human populations is the paper that researched that dealt with this. Now, you see the names below the title. Do you see the names below the title?
Yeah.
If it's not clear to you, I'll make it clear to you right now. None of these people named the authors are black people. They're all Jim Crow members. And the best example of that is the name here in the lower left hand side under the thing, which is Kenneth K. Kidd. Can you see that name of Kenneth K. Kidd?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Kenneth K. Kidd's initials stand for KKK, which tells you everything you need to know about who is doing this research. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes, that's stunning.
Praise God for that. If you also take a look at the actual universities associated with the superscript B behind Kidd corresponds to the superscript B here, which is Yale University, School of Medicine, Department of Genetics, 333 Cedar Street, New Haven, Connecticut, 06510. So that attests to us to why we called it the Gagut-Yale study. That is Yale leading the research. Other universities are Universities of Montreal, Quebec, in Quebec, Canada, Rome, Italy universities, and Pennsylvania State and Louisiana State universities, none of which are Black universities or historical Black colleges and universities. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what you must understand by this is that this is a research being conducted by Jim Crow. This is not some feel-good research done by brothers and sisters HBCUs. Do you see that?
Yeah.
You all see that?
Yeah. You all see that?
Yes.
Now let's go to the abstract. If we go to line 4 of the abstract, it says, in this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. A lot to unpackage. Well, let's unpackage the first thing, which is European bias. What is European bias? European bias is a synonym for Jim Crow. It is also a synonym for 3/5, the fraudulent label they put on us so that we are classified as the least intelligent race, when that is the fiction and the very violent and physical and psychological death that comes about through 3/5. The fraud that is perpetrated through the 3/5 fraud is done and ended in light of this. Because when they say the European bias from the experiment had to be avoided, they had to remove the 3/5 factors of the European bias in order to obtain any correct results. If they kept the European bias in, they would have gotten a fraud that said any other group of non-blacks were the most intelligent race, and the fraud would have been still perpetuated. They removed the 3/5 factor from the experiment, and then they got the real results. Do you understand?
Yes.
Then we have polymorphism. What is a polymorphism? Polymorphism is a mapping from one space to another space in which several points are mapped onto one point. For example, your eyes are follow a similar process of polymorphism in terms of it maps several points in space, what your eyes can see, onto one point in space, another space, which is what your brain interprets or what your brain sees. So the image of mapping several points to one point is a measure of a polymorphism, which is intelligence. And it turns out the more intelligent you are, the more polymorphisms you have, the more intelligence you have. Do you understand? It's a direct correlation. You understand that?
Yes.
So, and like I said, the polymorphism is basically represented by eta sub n, where n is the number of polymorphisms. That's line number 4. We go to line 6. Line 6 starts off with 15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites were found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans. What does this mean? 15 polymorphisms were shared means that human beings have a base number, whether you're black or non-black, or Gagutian or non-Gagutian. You have 15 polymorphisms there right off the bat. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
It turns out that 15 is like to add 13 because that's how many blacks you have additional. If you add 15 to 13, that becomes 28. You'll see that.
Yes.
Non-blacks, which are your whites, Asian, Jewish, and Arab peoples, they have a 15 polymorphism plus 4. 15 plus 4 is 19. You see that?
No, that's not showing up. Point that out.
15 plus 4 equals 19.
Yes, it says 15. Yes, 15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared. Whereas 13 sites are found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans. So if you take the 15 plus 4 for the non-Africans, for the non-blacks, that's 19 for the non-blacks intelligence level. Do you understand?
Okay.
The ratio of intelligence to black people to non-black people is a ratio of 28 to 19. You see that?
Yes.
You understand that? The ratio of the intelligence of the black people compared to the ratio of intelligence to the non-black people is a ratio of 28 to 19. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Twenty-eight to 19 rewritten as a fraction. Where your 28 becomes your numerator, the upper number of the fraction. 19 becomes your bottom number of the fraction of the denominator.
Yeah. That's less than 1.5.
Yes, but the important thing to understand is it's an improper fraction. Where the numerator is greater than the denominator, that's never a fraction greater than 1. Improper.
Exactly.
So what you must understand is that we're going to simplify that fraction. 28 over 19 is not easily factorable because neither 28 or 19 share a common factor. But you remember that Jim Crow, whenever they do a test on us, they underestimate us. They underestimate the results. So when they declare us as having 28, it is more likely to be higher than that 28. So we've changed that to 28 plus for the numerator. And they do the exact opposite for themselves. Where they underestimate us, they overestimate themselves. So when they declare themselves as having 19, it's much likely to be them to be less than that 19. So we're going to have 19 minus. So it's 28 plus over 19 minus. We're going to round up to the next whole numbers or integer. 29 doesn't work because 29 is a special category number, which is a prime number, a number which is only factored by itself in 1.
Yeah, like 3, 5, and 7.
Yes. Then you have 30. 30 works because 30 is a divisible number. It's not prime. So 28 plus can approximate to 30. 19 minus means we're going to bring down to the next whole number integer. That's 18. That's also divisible by some number. So 28 plus over 19 minus is going to be approximate, not equal, but approximate 30 over 18. 30 over 18 can be broken down because the greatest common factor each number shares is the number 6. 30 divided by 6 in the numerator becomes 5. Do you see that?
Yes.
You understand that?
Yeah.
18 divided by the denominator is going to be 3.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yep.
So 30 over 18 now becomes 5 over 3. 5 over 3 is an exact reciprocal or an inversion of the 3/5. And that means that black people have to be recognized now as the most intelligent members of society with 5/3 plus intelligence. So if Jim Crow has an average IQ of 100, black people have an average IQ of 150, which is genius level. That means black people not only have to be recognizing this, they have to be paid, they have to be employed, and they have to be recognized as the most intelligent members of society. So now it's official. It's mathematical, scientific, and it's official. After 2,500 years of fraud regarding the intelligence of the black people have been are now restored to our position as being the most intelligent creatures ever created. And therefore, we must celebrate that victory of being blessed by God as the most intelligent race, and now getting us to understand that we are the chosen race. This briefing tonight is going to be dealing with that, and also dealing with how the reactionary part of, because when war, the whole purpose of war is to prove who is most intelligent. We've already won that war by being proven that we are the most intelligent. You understand? Professor Gabriel Oyibo has been blessed by God with the ultimate intelligence of 8 to some infinity. Therefore, we have won the war. All wars have been ended. All that we have now, and like we have, unfortunately, in the situation with Ukraine right now, is a reactionary war. And that must be stopped. And we're going to be dealing with that in this briefing today. You understand?
Yeah.
So we're going to be getting ready to start the briefing. But in the meantime, I'm going to show you how the blessing of Gagut is now forcing the world to recognize that we are the most intelligent, the richest, the most undefeatable race. And therefore, as a consequence, we are the chosen race infallibly. Meetings with several mayors I'm going to be going over with in just a second.
Yes, I did. I just sent you an email from the seat count. Yep. You check your spam folder? Yeah, I just did it. Don't see any more either, unfortunately. Wait, hold on. Let me scan up. Alright, I've got it. God Almighty's grand unified theorem, nicknamed Gagut, Gij, J equals 0.
has proven that lack of understanding of the facts regarding individual races is the primary cause of race relations problems globally. Mathematicians globally, including Russia, China, Germany, India, and U.S. Law and Order TV program, along with most of the remaining parts of the world, agree that 1. Gagut contains all mathematics. 2. Gagut contains all solutions to all mathematics and all human problems. And 3. As a consequence of points 1 and 2, agreements above, that Gagut has been certified by God to have earned all academic prizes, past, present, and future, and forward. You can see the Gagut Russian Daily News, number 1339, October 30th, 2018, at 10. Reverend Professor Robert Ingram, a former mayor, a former police chief, a clergyman, and a university professor, he gave the large key from the county to the discoverer of Gagut, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, and he studied that Gagut finding and successfully used it for solving race relations problems in Miami-Dade County, which people believe should be used towards resolving race relations problems in the United States and globally. Furthermore, the City Council of New York City celebrated Gagut and discovered and experienced racial harmony in the process, and were able to understand and agree that Gagut is the solution to the racial harmony problem. Gagut has been recognized as the greatest mathematics work, past, present, and future, in the Gaussian 2005, celebration to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, the greatest mathematician before Gagut, and in the process, Gagut, which is a dividend of diversity, made America #1 globally forever, therefore proving that diversity is the ultimate blessing, not a curse, that now must be celebrated for eternity and blesses humanity with eternal racial harmony. Furthermore, over 415 Harvard and MIT professors, staff, and students, including mathematics associate professor Dmitry Panchenko, agreed to celebrating that Gagut is the God Almighty's grand unified theorem of everything, and experienced racial harmony in the process. Quote, we, the students and faculty at Harvard/MIT, wish to express our desire to have Dr. G. A. Oyibo, professor of mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, give a lecture at our campus about the discovery of the theory of everything, Gagut, for which he has been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. We believe that a lecture and a discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory would be beneficial for our school by broadening our academic and social awareness. People are not familiar with Gagut, and hear this presentation, they may think it's a quote sales pitch. However, the British Parliament heard a similar quote sales pitch about Gn1 n2 minus fr squared equals 0 from Sir Professor Isaac Newton. And President Franklin D. Roosevelt heard a similar quote sales pitch about E minus mc squared equals 0 from Professor Albert Einstein. With both formulas revolutionizing the world, and with those two last formulas of Newton's and Einstein's that have been proven to have origins or finite subsets in the Gagut Gij, which is the infallibly total theorem / formula, which is the ultimate superset of everything. Therefore, it is not a quote sales pitch, but clearly the ultimate blessing from God to humanity, which the humanity now needs for solving the race relations problem. Military power also comes from formulas, and Gagut, which is the ultimate formula, makes America #1 and ended all wars forever, as recognized by the United States Pentagon by selecting a Gagut solution to supermaneuver warplane design challenges and showcasing it as the Defense Technical Information Center, or DTIC, selected. This is one of the highest scientific research honors from the Pentagon during 1992, which you can see the DTIC selected stamp on the Gagut Pentagon report, entitled, quote, Final Technical Report, Optimum Aeroelastic Characteristics for Composite Supermaneuverable Aircraft, with Professor G. Oyibo as the principal investigator, which highly contributed to ending the Cold War, and also recognized by Russia, which celebrated Gagut through their Russian Daily News Report 1339, October 30, 2018, where Gagut was presented as having ended all wars by containing all mathematics and all other knowledge of infallible truth. That includes all infallible solutions to all mathematics and all other problems. Therefore, Black people who were used to make that happen, they must be treated properly. Black people can't be rewarded with imprisonment or death in response to making America #1. Therefore, the following critical action items are urgently warranted as a result of Gagut making America number one and containing and confirming diversity as a very great blessing from God and Paul. The first critical action item is that the Gagut ultimate victory for America, together with the individual blessed by God with the discovery of Gagut, must be celebrated by all American cities and propagated globally, like was done after the Second World War for the formula E minus MC squared equals 0. Since Gagut made America number one, with Russia number 2, and Germany number 3, which you can see in the Gaussian University ranking. And to further that understanding, without Gagut, Russia would have been number 1, Germany would have been number 2, America would be number 7. The second critical action item is the public, including the mayors, the police, judges, and the juries, and all others must learn that Gagut, together with its confirmation by the U.S. federal government-sponsored Gagut Yale University study, which is entitled, quote, Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations, end quote, authored by a Yale University professor of genetics, Dr. Kenneth K. Kidd, whose initials KKK can spiritually contribute positively to total racial harmony for humanity. They must recognize the black race as the most intelligent race. And this has been recognized by the Yale study with raw intelligence quotient data score of 28 for blacks compared to raw intelligence quotient data score of 19 for the non-blacks. And therefore, black people must be recognized, employed, and paid as the most intelligent members of society, which now verifies that not only black people must receive justice, they must also deliver justice. Just like Sir Professor Isaac Newton's formula G(m1)(m2) minus FR squared equals 0, gave the British and other Europeans the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And just like Professor Albert Einstein's formula E minus MC squared equals 0, gave the Jewish people the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And the third critical action item is Tennessee cities collectively have a black population of 18% of the total population. There are 42% of the judges' decisions / prison population, which means the police arrest record must be equal or higher than 42%, since the judges' decision / prison population are a subset of a police arrest record 2%. The person has to be arrested by the police before they go to the judge's decision and prison, showing that black people are almost 2.5 times overpopulated in the police arrest and in the judge's decisions in prison population. Therefore, the police arrest and judge's decisions / prison population are grossly in error, which must be corrected immediately by making sure the police arrest and the judge's decisions are no more than 18% of the total arrest and the total prison population respectively in any given day period, and by releasing a minimum of 60% of the black prisoners from prison urgently, which can be easily accomplished by following the footsteps of the state of New Jersey, which has begun responding to the God order called Gagut by releasing a number of black prisoners, as reported in the New York Times article dated November 5th, 2020, entitled, quote, Tears, Hugs, and Fresh Clothes, New Jersey's Prisoners Rejoice at Release, which was signed last month, with which New Jersey is trying to deal with the United States criminal justice system that, quote, imprisons people of color in disproportionate numbers. Furthermore, the police in your area need to attend Gagut classes to learn the safest way to arrest lawbreakers, particularly to minimize their deaths and injuries. So the choice is clear. Pursuing the critical action items will put humanity on the path to immortality, while ignoring the critical action items then will put humanity on the path to Armageddon. We're hoping that people will choose immortality over Armageddon and life over death, irrespective of who uses Gagut. Would you like to click on the YouTube link? This is the link that allows you to see what Reverend Professor Ingram did in terms of bringing racial harmony in Miami-Dade County.
I'll take a look at that right now.
Okay, but why don't you do that?
Well, I'm actually a little bit here. I got to be at the store to get out some presents to kids.
All right, I understand. But then,
So I'll check that out later.
okay, but what about the critical action items? Black people are first all people have to celebrate the Gagut ultimate victory that makes America number one. That's the first thing. The second thing is that Black people must be employed, recognized, and paid as the most intelligent members of society. And three, the police arrest in Tennessee that cannot be any more than 18% of any day or any population in the city. And that if it goes or exceeds 18%, the Black prisoners must be released, as it was done in New Jersey.
Yeah, so obviously, some of that kind of my pay grade beyond my ability to affect. Last time there, we proactively monitor our traffic stops and arrests and everything else, and we know what our population of Black people is in Athens, and then we definitely keep an eye on that and make sure that we don't have anything going on that we need to look into as far as the biases or anything like that. We look at those numbers every single year to make sure that we're not doing something we shouldn't do.
The way that you can celebrate that in the city is by giving a key to the county or to the city to Professor Oyibo. And then gathering on the streets like it was done. If you saw the link in the first critical action item, you'll see a link where it goes to a website where it shows the picture of the people celebrating relativity, or E minus MC squared equals 0, in 1945 for the end of the Second World War. Did you see that link?
Yeah, so I don't have any proclamations and everything like the and stuff like that. It's not something I have the authority to do. I think that'd be kind of the mayor's.
Well, then can we contact them? Can we get in contact with the mayor?
I can ask the city manager to pass that on. But basically, just so
is the city manager with you?
He was. He had to step out and take a phone call.
Oh.
But what I understand is that you're asking for the professor to be given the key to the city.
And the proclamation and presentation that Gagut has brought about to the end of all wars. And America has been number one in the process.
Okay. Well, yeah, that'd be something we'd have to ask the mayor about, but I'm sure the city manager will pass it on to him.
All right? Can you keep us focused can you keep us posted in terms of the figures?
In terms of what figures?
Your record of arrest, for example.
Yeah, I don't really have a mechanism where we can send it out to you, but it's all public record. Anytime you want to see that, we can just throw out public record form and we're happy to get it. Something else, there actually is kind of a way in which it is published. There's all of our data is sent to the state. So the Census Bureau of Investigation compiles a report every year. We have all the staff. So that's something we try to be proactive about, being really transparent about.
I understand. The celebration of relativity in 1945 must be mirrored by the celebration of Gagut, especially after Gagut won all wars. In terms of, it's basically proof that the ultimate war has been won by Gagut. Russia has been congratulated. China is congratulating Gagut. All the rest of the world is coming together in terms of celebrating Gagut, but especially the United States for being number one. That's basically what we must celebrate. That's what we must celebrate and happen on the ground in Tennessee, where you are, in Athens, Tennessee.
All right. And so what's the connection, the friends you have here in Athens?
Well, the friends in Athens, they contacted me to let you know about this point about the Gagut being made number one, and also the victory that Gagut has brought about.
Excellent. Well, we're happy to have you share that with us tonight.
Thank you very much.
If we can do anything else for you.
Yes. We also tried to work with Oak Ridge Labs. I don't know if Oak Ridge Labs is close to you, but the whole point is we have a connection with Tennessee.
Yeah, I love to hear it. Take care, John.
Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Bye.
Did you all hear that?
Yeah,
Did you all
the
hear
bit
that?
of it that, yeah, the bit of it that was audio. Yeah.
That's the way you should conduct yourself from now on when talking to the mayors and the police city managers and all that, and even the police chiefs. You conduct yourself as a master, like I did, compared to Jim Crow, who was a slave or a servant or student. The other thing is, I'm going to play another piece by Huntington, Indiana. Please listen.
Has proven that lack of facts regarding individual races is the primary cause of race relations problems globally. Mathematicians globally, including Russia, China, Germany, India, and U.S. TV show World Order, many mathematics, two Gagut contains all solutions for mathematics and Project 3. As a consequence of points 1 and 2 agreed above, that Gagut has been certified by God all academic prizes, past, present, and future and forward. You can see the Russian Daily News number 2018. Reverend Professor Robert Ingram, a former mayor, a police chief, a clergyman, and a university professor, he gave the large key from the county to the discovered by Professor Gabriel Oyibo, and he also studied that Gagut finding and successfully used it for solving race relations problems in Miami-Dade County, which people believe should be used towards resolving race relations problems in the United States and globally. Furthermore, the City Council of New York City studied Gagut and discovered it and experienced racism in the process. We were able to understand and agree that Gagut is the solution to the racial harmony problems. Gagut has been recognized as the greatest mathematics work, past, present, and future in the Gaussian 2005 celebration to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, the greatest mathematician before Gagut. And in the process, Gagut, which is a dividend of diversity, made America number one globally forever, therefore proving that diversity is the ultimate blessing, not a curse, that now must be celebrated for eternity, that blesses humanity for eternal racial harmony. Furthermore, all 415 Harvard and MIT professors, students, and staff, including mathematics associate professor Dmitry Kachenko, agreed to celebrating that Gagut is the God Almighty's grand unified theorem of everything, and experienced racial harmony in the process. We, the students and faculty of Harvard/MIT, wish to express our desire to have Dr. D.A. Oyibo, Professor of Mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, give a lecture at our campus about the discovery of the theory of everything, Gagut, for which he has been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. We feel that a lecture and a discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory would be beneficial to our school by broadening our academic and social awareness. People who are not familiar with Gagut, G-I-J, J equals 0, who hear this presentation, they may think it is a quote sales pitch. However, the British Parliament heard a similar quote sales pitch about Gm1 m2 minus FR squared equals 0 from Sir Professor Isaac Newton, and that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt heard a similar quote sales pitch about E minus mc squared equals 0 from Professor Albert Einstein, with both formulas revolutionizing the world and with those two last formulas of Newton's and Einstein's that have been proven to have ordinals or finite subsets within the Gagut G-I-J equals 0, which is the infallibly total theorem, a formula to the superset of everything. Therefore, it is not a quote sales pitch, but clearly the ultimate blessing from God to humanity, which the humanity now needs for solving the race relations problem. Newton's power comes from formulas. Gagut, which is the ultimate formula, makes America number one and ended all wars forever, as recognized by the United States Pentagon, by selecting a Gagut solution to supernormal warcraft design challenges and showcasing it as the Defense Technical Information Center, DTIC selected, which is one of the high scientific research honors from the Pentagon in 1992. See the DTIC selected stamp on the Gagut Pentagon report, which is entitled, quote, Final Technical Report, Optimum Aeronautical Characteristics for Composite Supermaneuver Aircraft, with Professor Oyibo as the principal investigator, which only contributed to ending the Cold War and also recognized by Russia, which is celebrated the Gagut through the Russian Daily News Report number 1339 on October 3rd, 2018, where Gagut was presented as having ended all wars by containing all of mathematics and all other knowledge of infallible truths. That includes all infallible solutions to all mathematics and all other problems. Therefore, Black people who used to make that happen, they must be treated properly. Black people can't be rewarded with imprisonment or death in response to making America number one. Therefore, the following critical action items are urgently warranted as a result of Gagut making America number one and confirming diversity as a very great blessing from God and authority. The first critical action item is Gagut's ultimate victory for America, together with the individual blessed by God with the discovery of Gagut. They must be celebrated by all Americans, cities, and propagated globally, like was done after the Second World War for the formula E minus MC squared equals 0. Since Gagut made America number one, with Russia number 2 and Germany number 3. See the Gaussian ranking for that. And to further understanding, without Gagut, Russia would have been number 1, Germany would have been number 2, America would be number 7. The second critical action item is the public, including the mayors, the police, the judges, and the jurors, and all others must learn that Gagut, together with the confirmation by the U.S. federal government-sponsored Gagut Yale University study, entitled, quote, Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations, and quote, co-authored by a Yale University professor of genetics, Dr. Kenneth K. Kidd, whose research KKK can spiritually contribute positively to total racial harmony for humanity. They have recognized the Black race as the most intelligent race, with a raw intelligence quotient data score of 28 for Blacks, compared to raw intelligence quotient data score of 19 for non-Blacks. Therefore, Black people must be recognized, employed, and paid as the most intelligent members of society. It now verifies that not only must Black people receive justice, they must also deliver justice, just like Sir Professor Isaac Newton's formula of G(M1 M2 minus FR squared equals 0 gave the British and other Europeans the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And just like Professor Albert Einstein's formula of E minus MC squared equals 0 gave the Jewish people the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And the third critical action item is Indiana cities collectively have a Black population of 10% of the population. There are 34% of the judge decisions and prison population, which means the police arrest record must be equal or higher than 34%. Since the judge's decision / prison population are a subset of the police arrest record superset, a person has to be arrested by the police before they go to judge's decisions and prison. And it shows that Black people are over 3 times overpopulated in the police arrest and in the judge's decisions and prison population. Therefore, the police arrest and judge's decisions / prison population are grossly incorrect. This must be corrected immediately by making sure the police arrest and the judge's decisions / prison population are no more than 10% of the total arrest and the total prison population respectively in any given day and period, and also by releasing a minimum of 67% of Black prisoners from prison urgently. This can be easily accomplished by following the footsteps of the state of New Jersey, which has begun responding to the court order for Gagut by releasing a number of Black prisoners, as reported in a New York Times article, which is dated November 5th, 2020, entitled, quote, Tears, Hugs, and Fresh Clothes, New Jersey's prisoners rejoice at release. And it was signed last month, with which New Jersey is trying to deal with the United States criminal justice system, which, quotes, imprisons people of color in disproportionate numbers. Furthermore, the police need to attend Gagut classes to learn the safest way to arrest lawbreakers, particularly to minimize their deaths and injuries. The choice is clear. Pursuing the critical action items will put humanity on a path to immortality. ignoring the same critical action items will put us in that Armageddon. We'll choose, I would hope and hope people, in fact, choose immortality over Armageddon, life or death, regardless and irrespective of the target. Really click on YouTube link so you can see the piece of Professor Ingram, Reverend Professor Ingram, talks of the Miami-Dade County School presentation in which Gagut was presented as a unifying for unity and force that to bring all people together. And then,
You want me to click on the link to a YouTube video?
yes,
In the email?
that's right.
So I want to do that on my own what is it exactly that you're hoping that we would do with this information?
Like I just said, critical reaction items that have to be established. Gagut has made America number one, globally and forever. He must be celebrated, and black people have to be celebrated. You can't be rewarding black people with prisoners or death when we made America number one. You understand? The Second World War celebrated E-6 squared equals 0. If you see the first critical action item, it has a link that shows a picture of the celebration of the Second World War in terms of relativity leading to the victory of the Second World War. Gagut has ended all wars, and you must celebrate Gagut like you celebrated the formula of relativity. Understand that?
I think I understand what you're
America's been made number one for Gagut.
All wars are ended, so.
Well, that's what you have to understand. The whole purpose of war is to prove who's the most intelligent. And God has defined Professor Oyibo as being blessed with the ultimate intelligence. He's American, so that's basically what you must understand, that we have been made number one because of that. We've also ended all wars because there's no purpose to fighting war after this Gagut. The second critical action item also states that black people have to be paid, employed, and respected as the most intelligent members of society. That's something that we thought also must be done. And the third one is Indiana has to realize that for 10% of the population, we've got black people, yet 44% of the prisoners' population, there's something wrong there. Black people can no longer be anything more than 10% of the prison population. And if if the percentage goes higher than 10%, the black people must be released. These are the three critical action items which will bring about immortality for the people. And if you choose to ignore them, you will bring Armageddon. That's what basically what I'm saying. We're hoping you choose immortality over Armageddon.
Okay, well, thank you for the information. Is there anything else that I can do for you today?
Well, I was hoping that you would look at the video because you would see that in the Miami-Dade presentation, Reverend Professor Ingram brought everyone together, black, white, Hispanic, all of them came together, and they issued a proclamation for Professor Oyibo on the discovery of Gagut because they understood that Gagut unifies all people, brings, and they celebrated it in effect. We'd like you to repeat the celebration in New York like it was done in Miami-Dade. And also in New York City, they also had a proclamation which was very important as well. They also saw that unity with Gagut. We're hoping that your city in Indiana will take that as well. At Purdue University, they celebrated the Gagut earlier.
I missed the announcement. What do you celebrate that?
It was done in the early 90s. 92, I think, to be fair.
Okay. Well, thanks for the information via email. I just thought I can take some time on my own to review that. Is there anything else I need to know before we wrap up our class?
We just want America to celebrate victory in terms of Gagut victory over making America number one in any world wars. Pretty much. And we also has congratulated America, so that's basically good. If one of the opponent can congratulate America for victory, America should celebrate that victory as well.
Well, Mr. Roder, I wish you well in those endeavors, and
curfew. All right.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the way we
That's the way we must conduct ourselves from now on.
This is what we're going to
What we're going to go over this today.
Just before Professor Oyibo comes in, I'm going to play some of the Gagut music.
Play some of the Gagut music.
Boom, that's shooting out of their waves. That's the problem, bro. Okay? Of the matter. Which is the next one. Yeah. 10 to the minus 33 centimeters of space. 10 minus 43 seconds, that is time. If you want to see the last of the truth, look at my face. If you want to crack the mysteries of life, study this bomb. Everything you see is a molecular structure. Your clothes, your home, you, your mother, your brother. Molecules make up everything you senses matter. Everything molecular, even you rappers. Molecules are made by atoms coming together. Some molecule structures are soft, but it's tougher than leather. Whatever, the molecular structure of things come from the atomic structure of things. Now you gotta hear what I'm bringing, what I'm saying clearly. We going through levels of string theory, but don't mind me, I'm just shining my light. True master got beat, so I revive on this night. 22 years rocking, something gotta be right. I'm not a crook, I'm on an archaeologist type. Digging the truth, I'm original, passing the pipe. Peacemaker, street savior, KRS-One is life. I got the feeling for feelings to fight fascists. I raise my voice against racism and classism. You can keep your ass living, I pass prison. Talk that shit, you get hit with an ass whipping. I stand with a protest sign. I'm not known for crime, I'm known my whole mind with a code 9 elements. At this level, money is irrelevant. I'm making you more intelligent, and that's the end of it. You don't get a nation out of it. Try that home. Yeah, there will transform that into teacher, philosopher, mystic, scholar. Don't get it twisted, he gets that dollar. Holla, this K will slay. Back in the day and today, yes, I do bring drama. I'm a builder, I'ma get killer. I'm a professional without the milk or Matilda. When I wanna see is clear. The streets salute Chris with AR-15s in the air. Who you think I'm teaching? The conscious don't need to be taught. I'm talking to my youth going to court. From
thugs and the strip clubs, moves in the back rooms. Real gangsters wondering when you coming back soon. Y'all really dudes is fakers. Y'all know money's made of cotton, so why you chasing paper? I'm not a hater, haters black, no doubt. I'm a lover, and I love taking black rappers out. So let's get to it. You youngins need a spanking. In a few years, you're gonna be giving me a ranking. Thank you, big brother. Can I have another? You can't play your rhymes for your mother. Every time I see another chick showing an ass for money, I holler, where your father, honey? What kind of childhood would producing a dope like that? It takes a nation of millions to hold us back. So why we holding ourselves back too? You're having like me, but really does hell have you? I'm speaking the truth to you. But you reject it because you don't really know what to do. So you fucking in your own ignorance, in your own belligerence. Real gangsters, man, are militants. Y'all just hoes with a million woes. You supposed to be down with the Sopranos? Who knows?
The ancient Africans were also called Kemetic people, which is where the word chemistry comes from. As a result of this development, chemistry, you replace the K with C, it doesn't matter to the pronunciation. Chem. This word, actually, which was coined by the Europeans, is a combination of two words, okay? The chem, or the mystery, okay? And then chem, which stands for Kemetic people. And of course, chem is, if you go into the dictionary, it actually means black.
part of history. Right? It's history. Transformation of mind. That's balance. Explanation. Okay? So what I says is technically you could turn anything into gold.
Atom that's shooting out of their waves. That's the water, bro. Okay? That's the fire. Lasers. Okay? Atom. Okay? Which is the next small atom.
Yeah. 10 to the minus 33 centimeters in space. 10 minus 43 seconds, that is time. If you want to see the last of the truth in my face. If you want to crack the mysteries of life, study this mob. Everything you see is a molecular structure. Your clothes, your home, you, your mother, your brother. Molecules make up everything you sense is matter. Everything molecular, even you rappers. Molecules are made by atoms coming together. Some molecule structures are soft, others tough with leather. Whatever, the molecular structure of things come from the atomic structure of things. Now you gotta hear what I'm bringing, what I say clearly. We going through levels of string theory, but don't mind me, I'm just shining my light. True master got beat, so I'm a bomb on this night. 22 years rocking, something gotta be right. I'm not a crook, I'm on an archaeologist type. Digging for truth, I'm original, glass in the pipe. Peacemaker, street say the KRS-One is white. I got the feel for feelings, fighting fascism. I raise my fist against racism and classism. You can keep your last living, I pass prison. Talk that shit, you get hit with an ass whooping. I stand with a protest sign. I'm not known for crime, I'm known to hold mine with a code 9 elements. At this level, money is irrelevant. I'm making you more intelligent, and that's the end of it. You know the answer out of it. Try that on. Yeah, where will transform that into teacher, philosopher, mystic, scholar. Don't get it twisted, we get that dollar. Holla, this K will slay. Back in the day and today, yes, I do bring drama. I'm a builder, I'm a get builder. I'm a professional without the milk or Matilda. When I'm on the scene, it's clear. The streets salute Chris with AR-15s in the air. Who you think I'm teaching? The conscious don't need to be taught. I'm talking to my dudes going to court. Them thugs and them strip thugs, rooms in the back rooms. Real gangsters wondering when you coming back soon. Y'all new dudes is fakers. Y'all know money's made of cotton. So why you chasing paper? I'm not a hater, haters black, no doubt. I'm a lover, and I love taking black rappers out. So let's get to it. You come and need a spanking, and in a few years you're gonna be giving me a thanking. Thank you, big brother. Can I have another? You can't play your rhymes for your mother. Every time I see another chick showing an ass for money, I holler, where your father, honey? 100 childhood, we're producing to the dope like that. It takes a nation of millions to hold us back. So while we holding ourselves back too, you're happy like me. But really, this hell have you? I'm speaking the truth to you. But you reject it because you don't really know what to do. So you're fucking in your own ignorance, in your own belligerence. Real gangsters, man, are militants. Y'all just hoes with a million woes. You supposed to be down with some highlights? Who knows? The ancient Africans were also called Kemetic people, which is where the word chemistry comes from. As a result of this development, chemistry, you replace the K with C, it doesn't matter to the pronunciation. Chem. This word, actually, which was coined by the Europeans, is a combination of two words, okay? The chem, or the mystery, okay? And then chem, which stands for Kemetic people. And of course, chem is, if you go into the dictionary, it actually means black. Transformation of that's diverse explanation. Okay?
So what that says is technically you could turn anything into gold.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
What?
Right. I'm going to play also a piece before we can bring the professor on how Gagutians produced iron in terms of smelting iron in Gagutia. This is a particular clip that shows how even before Jim Crow that we built and manufactured and produced technology. Are you all ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you all ready?
Are you all ready?
Yes, sir.
In May 2005, a group of older men of the Bamako family of Smiths in Burkina Faso gathered to smelt iron for the first time in over 60 years. These were men who had seen the process when they were young, and a few of the oldest had actually done it themselves. They were supported and organized by a much younger member of the family, Jacob Bamago, who filmed this with the help of his nephew, Abdoulaye. The smelting took place in the village of Dablo, in northern Burkina Faso, north of Kaya, and at the edge of the Sahel. Burkina Faso is a small landlocked country north of Ghana and between Mali to the northwest and Niger to the northeast. Africans have been making iron for well over 2,000 years. The manufacture of high-quality carbon steel allowed Africans to produce effective weapons for warfare and efficient tools for farming. Without iron technology, the spread of agriculture and of developed civilizations across Africa would not have been possible. By the beginning of the 20th century, when the first French colonials arrived in Burkina Faso, then called Upper Volta, they found a thriving iron smelting industry, by which tons of high-quality metal were produced every year. Within a few decades, the French began to use trucks and automobiles on the roads they forced their subjects to construct. When the first French auto smashed at a high rate of speed into a huge mahogany tree by the side of the road, the smelting industry died, for Smiths could find a cheap and plentiful source of good metal. Forging continued, but smelting ended. Since the 1960s, merchants have imported large quantities of inexpensive mass-produced iron from China and Japan, and no iron has been smelted from raw ore anywhere in Africa for almost 50 years. The technology documented on this film is the first smelting of iron from ore in Burkina Faso since the 1960s. Very special hardwood with high caloric content is selected. Fuel is as important to the smelting process as the iron itself. Special charcoal is used that has a very high BTU content. Jacques Bamago, one of the senior Smith elders, has specialized in charcoal burning all of his life. He and his younger helpers go into the wilderness some distance from Dablo to find suitable hardwood trees that will produce the best charcoal. These are cut, stacked, and burned.
Tout ce qu'on a découpé, on le transporte un à un comme ça jusqu'à l'endroit où on doit brûler le charbon. Donc, wala utotanya mtilara serva sana. Sasa utona ya bola man mo. Concernant le feu, c'est le bubanga.
Jacques Soba is showing us how he lights the charcoal using a flint and steel instead of white man's matches.
Une fois c'est déjà pris, voilà, et maintenant on met avec du coton. Le coton a pris feu, vous voyez comme ça. Voilà. Et maintenant on met ça à la direction du vent, il va faire son travail. Vous voyez, c'est déjà pris, le feu est déjà prêt. Voilà. Donc c'est le boubanga. Voilà, c'est le boubanga que vous voyez. Voilà. Voilà. Ça a pris feu. Et
The wind has come up and is causing problems, because it will make the wood burn unevenly. The bonegos stack leafy branches upwind to block the wind. Jacob does not have a windscreen for his microphone, so there's a lot of wind noise on the video.
Traditionnel. Donc c'est ça qu'on appelle la bouche. Yara yaka amore. On l'utilise, c'est comme une fourchette. On l'utilise pour.
They use a fork called a rayaka to push the wood back into the fire, so it will all burn nicely. As soon as all of the wood is lighted, the men begin to cover or smother the wood with sand, so that the heat will turn the wood into charcoal without consuming it. By smothering the wood as it burns, oxygen is excluded. Molecular water is driven from the wood, reducing it to charcoal without oxidizing it and turning it to useless ash. Four days later, they return to the pile and remove the sand covering, revealing the high-quality hardwood charcoal they need for successful smelting.
Il a dit que le truc qu'on sert pour déterrer les charbons s'appelle sandole.
The tool that is used to uncover the charcoal is called sandore.
Maintenant, ils ont fini de déterrer. On assemble ça maintenant pour transporter jusqu'à la maison.
They have uncovered it all so they can take it home.
Maintenant, on passe ça dans les paniers pour amener à la maison.
They're loading it into baskets to carry back home.
Maintenant, ils ont transporté ça sur la tête.
They carry the charcoal back to Dablo in baskets.
En cours de route pour rentrer. Ils vont transporter ça jusqu'à la maison. Maintenant, ils sont arrivés à la maison. On dépose ça maintenant le lieu du travail.
All the charcoal is dumped at the workplace.
On les salue, bonne arrivée. Qu'ils ont fait un excellent travail.
People greet them with welcome. You've done a good job.
Ce sont des personnes, grâce à eux, le travail ont été réalisés.
This is the group of Bamago elders from the village of Dablo, west of Kaya, who made the smelting possible. Iron is made of iron ore. The elders begin the process by locating a source of ore. In this case, a pit they and their ancestors have used decades earlier. The ore is excavated by hand in baskets and is sorted by quality, removing as much clay as possible. It is then carried back to the village of Dablo, where the chunks of ore are broken open, the nuggets of pure iron are removed, and as much clay and impurities as possible are discarded. 2 full baskets of high-quality ore are needed for one kiln. Here Razinga Bamago and the other elders are discussing how and where they will mine the ore. Here Jaksoba and another elder are getting ready to mine the ore from a shallow pit not far from Dablo. Among the most honored and respected scholars of West African archaeology is Professor Jean-Baptiste Kientega of the University of Ouagadougou. Professor Kientega has published extensively on both iron and gold mining and technology, and is perhaps in part motivated in his interest in iron by the fact that he comes from one of the 2 very large smith clans in the Mosi area, the other being the Bamago family. Professor Kientega has discovered an archaeological site associated with smelting that dates to 365 to 220 BC, which indicates that smelting developed independently in Burkina Faso. Although Burkina is covered with red, iron-rich soil, it is not always easy to locate good sources of iron ore. In some areas, it is said that after rain you can see smoke rising from iron deposits. Other people, including the Senefo and Bois, use a metal rod to prospect for iron ore. In Mosi country, iron ore is usually mined in pits or shallow mines that may have connecting galleries. The miners from several villages make use of common ore pits. Smiths are readily able to distinguish ores that will yield high-quality steel to be used in weapons, as distinct from low-quality ore to be used only for hoes. 3 types of ore are available in Burkina. The best is magnetite, Fe3O4, which is about 43 to 70% iron. This is difficult to find in much of Burkina. The second grade is red hematite, Fe2O3, which is about 40 to 65% iron. The least useful is brown hematite, or limonite, Fe2O3 and H2O, which is 40 to 60% iron. This is easy to find all across Burkina. 2 types of furnaces are used in Burkina. In the center and north are tall furnaces that use bellows to force air into the fire. Some of these, among the bois, once reached a height of 1.5 to 6 meters. This is the type used by the Bamagos. Another type, partially sunk into the ground and much smaller, produces a very small amount of iron. This is good quality magnetite, rich in iron. The elders are cleaning and sorting the ore from the surrounding clay. The kernels of good ore are called zospinga, or hyena turds.
Ce qu'il vient de montrer, ça s'appelle Sosbinga. Sosbinga, c'est caca de lienne. Donc, il y a une autre pierre aussi qu'on appelle simikinde. Simikinde, je n'ose pas traduire ça en français pour vous. On l'appelle simikinde, c'est son nom comme ça. Mais ça a du fer, mais il faut pas le même charbon que le vrai fer là. Ça, il faut le charbon de l'arbre qu'on appelle tempera.
They've cleaned the 2 full baskets they need for each of the 2 furnaces they are building.
Voilà, on a fini de creuser, on a eu la pierre qu'il faut. Maintenant, il faut porter ça jusqu'à la maison. C'est dans des paniers qu'on porte sur la tête. Comme ça, on porte comme ça jusqu'à la maison. C'est comme ça, on porte jusqu'à la maison.
This is the way they will carry it back to the village.
Ni kenan. Allah ya fa mu kusan ku.
This is the ore ready for the furnace. The darker the ore, the higher the iron content. The second important mineral that is needed is an alkaline deposit that is also close to the town. This material is a stony material that, when mixed with the ore in the smelting, allows the iron to melt at a much lower temperature and to flow together, separating from the slag or impurities. This flux is also mined near the town and carried to Doblo in baskets.
C'est-à-dire que c'est ça qui permet pour que le fer puisse se produire facilement. Et ça s'appelle des cailloux hauts. Donc c'est un autre genre.
The stones that are gathered and mixed with the ore to make it flow easily are called O stones. This is the flux, ready to be mixed with iron ore and placed in the furnace.
Des cailloux aussi, mais beaucoup moins. Il n'y a pas de fer, mais par contre, c'est ça qui fait le mélange pour obtenir le fer avec l'autre minerai.
The furnace and tubes are made of clay, which itself is fireproof and durable. Not just any clay will do. The Bamako smiths use clay from termite mounds, which is especially useful because it is free of stones and other impurities. The termites simply are not strong enough to incorporate stones in their structures. Those who have studied African art know that the Oyibo in Nigeria and many other peoples across Africa believe that clay from termite mounds is sacred because it comes from deep in the sacred earth.
On vient trouver ça, c'est déjà la bonne terre, c'est bon. Donc,
if you look closely at the clay in the basket, you can see the tunnels the termites have left. The elders break up the mounds and carry the pieces back to Doblo, where they pound the chunks into finer clay. The women are drawing water to be mixed with the clay from the village's main well over 30 meters deep. The well was dug and lined with concrete with the help of an American Peace Corps volunteer more than 35 years ago. The water is quite clean and safe to drink.
Le grand puits, il a au moins 30 mètres de profondeur. Vous allez comme tu es comme ça.
Donc c'est comme ça. Elles ont porté. Elles vont faire plusieurs fois pour que ça suffise. Donc c'est petit à petit comme ça qu'elles vont mouiller tout le.
The elders are breaking the clay into fine pieces so it will absorb water evenly. Two deep pits are dug, and the clay is mixed with water so that the liquid is absorbed or slaked into the clay uniformly.
Donc ce qu'il porte là, ça c'est le souillure de la pipe dont je vous parle.
This is a large bundle of the special fine straw from the wilderness that would be broken up to mix with the clay.
La poudre, et on met dans la, on mélange à la terre, on mouille. Voilà. Donc ils utilisent la paille de Sulungu pour que à la construction il n'y ait pas de fissures. Parce que quand le feu va brûler le haut fourneau, le bois, s'il n'y a pas assez de paille comme ça de Sulungu, il peut y avoir des fissures et les fissures ça gâte tout, ça peut s'éclater et puis retomber. Donc voilà pourquoi on met la paille de Sulungu, fille de 15 à 17.
The 15 to 17-year-old girls help out by bringing water.
You can do it, Coma. I'm going to go to the Well, I should sit here. Sit here, what? What are you? I'm sitting down the camera. I'm sitting La libertà.
Donc, on mouille d'abord le trou.
C'est sérieux.
Alors, on met un peu d'eau dans le trou. Et à ce moment, d'autres font la boue ici. Voilà. La boue est déjà prête, donc on ne fait qu'un nœud dans le trou. Donc le tout se passe, on fait ça à côté. Voilà, pour ne pas se fatiguer, on fait ça à côté de la terre. Et on met la terre là-bas, on amène directement dans le trou.
They wet the clay over there, and then put it in this pit here.
Voilà. On ramasse à la main, on met dans le trou. On mélange bien. Un trou très profond. Et on remplit ça de la boue.
They gather it by hand and put it in the pit.
Voilà. Donc on appuie bien que ça, pour que ça prenne la forme du
They fill the pit up completely.
On met de l'eau encore. On reste de l'eau d'ici. C'est bien. Et il y aura toujours des petits morceaux. Si on ne laisse pas pendant longtemps, il y aura toujours des petits morceaux qui ne seront pas bien mouillés. Donc voilà pourquoi on laisse.
If it is not left to soak long enough, there will be little chunks that are not wet.
La boue passe la journée de demain ici. Peut-être demain dans la soirée maintenant, on enlève la boue, on fait des petites boules et on mélange à la farine.
They use Sonongo straw, so there will be no cracks in the walls.
Voilà, comme c'est fini, avec cette même eau, on lave les mains. Et maintenant,
They use the same water to clean their hands. Lots of water all over.
vous voyez qu'il y a beaucoup d'eau à mettre.
They mix the clay and water in the pits and let it soak overnight.
Voilà, maintenant,
A cap of fine straw is placed over the clay while it soaks to keep the hot sun off.
comme le trou est bien rempli, ça laisse un petit chapeau en haut. Donc,
They leave the fine straw on top to keep the bright hot sun off the moist clay so it won't dry out.
actuellement,
The next day, when all of the water is absorbed, the straw is kneaded into the clay. Large amounts of fine straw are used. During the heating, the straw turns to carbon, leaving fine voids, which allow the clay to expand and contract without cracking with changes of temperature. Jacob remarks in the video that the straw makes the clay stronger, which is true, but because it gives the walls of the furnace flexibility when exposed to extreme heat. The process you are about to watch is the construction of the cylindrical furnace, the tubes or tuyères, and the bellows, which are then assembled for the smelting. These are millet stalks around which the furnace will be formed. What are you making there? We're stripping bark to bind the stalks. My name is Banago Jaxoa, and this is Banago Laro.
Et lui, il s'appelle Laro Bamoro.
What would you like to do there?
Au fourneau.
We're going to build the tall furnace.
C'est la paille qu'on dépose par terre d'abord. La paille fine. Après, la paille, c'est les tiges qu'on va mettre, les tiges de petits milles. Les petits milles. Et on pose ça sur la paille. Et on diminue un peu les tiges pour que ça ne soit pas plus gras.
First we put down fine straw. Then we put the millet stalks on top, and take a few off so it's not too thick around. It is all bound up into a cylinder of the same dimensions as the inside of the furnace.
Et traditionnellement, c'est de cette façon qu'on l'attache.
Traditionally, this is how they're tied.
On va soulever et puis pour que le bas puisse être identique. C'est pour cela qu'on le fait comme ça.
They pick it up and tap it against the ground, so the ends will all be even. The wet clay from the termite mounds is kneaded with copious amounts of fine straw.
Donc on pétrit la terre et puis la paille pour que ça soit très compact, pour donner plus de solidité.
It is kneaded with straw to make it stronger.
Ça soit très solide, pour que la construction soit très solide. Et quand même. Maintenant, ils vont commencer à construire. la construction du haut fourneau. Et maintenant, c'est comme ça qu'il commence la construction.
Now they are ready to begin to build. This is the building of the tall furnace. The clay is applied around the straw mold to form the cylindrical furnace. Why are you putting that thing in there?
C'est pour que le haut ne soit pas plus petit que le bas, et pour que ça garde la même forme qu'ils sont.
To open it up so the top is closer in form to the bottom. It's going to expand the size of the top so the top will be the same size as the bottom.
Maintenant, nous allons lisser pour que ça soit joli. C'est là qu'on commence à faire ça.
We will smooth it out so it looks nice. They add more straws so it won't break.
Et ils mettent toujours la paille, c'est pour que ça ne se casse pas, pour qu'il n'y ait pas de fissure.
When it is dry, they will pull out the stalks.
Quand ça va sécher, on va retirer les tiges.
Hier, on déterre aujourd'hui. Pour bien malaxer avec la paille pour que ça donne une pâte.
They are kneading the clay with straw to make a clay body they can use to build the parts of the furnace. Now they spread the clay over an overturned jar, so it will take the form of the jar.
Obtenu sur une marmite pour que ça prenne la forme de la marmite. Après, on met de la paille pour renforcer, pour que ça ne se suffit pas, pour que on n'y ait pas de fissures.
They add the claws around the edges, so they will not dry out, because they will continue the building afterward.
Ils ont pris le torchon pour couvrir le bord, pour que ça ne cesse pas, parce qu'ils vont continuer la construction après.
They are using the clay straw mix to form the tubes around a smooth stick. The stick forms the channel through which the air will flow. The French word for tubes is tuyères, which is the term that is used universally by archaeologists who find remains of these objects in archaeological sites as evidence of smelting ages ago. I think it is particularly important that all of this video was filmed by Jacob and Abdoulaye Bamago. I was not even there, although I wish I had been. This means that they alone have decided what is important and have filmed it, and they have decided what questions to ask. This gives the video a particularly African voice that I think is important. I hope that in years to come, the Bamagos and others in Burkina Faso will make more videos like this themselves. These are small nozzles or funnels to direct the air into the kiln. Sacrifices of millet water, beer, and chickens are offered to ask the spirits to watch over the enterprise and to give the work success. The spirits are asked to drink the beer and eat the chicken, and in return, to bless the project. If you dislike seeing chickens getting their throats cut, please close your eyes and count to 20 slowly. I'm afraid a chicken was injured during the filming of this sequence. Yeah, it's good. Holding. If the chicken dies on its back, the spirits accept the sacrifice. As you can see, Jacques Soba makes sure the chicken dies on its back.
On enlève le torsion. On les tourne doucement. Doucement.
The clothes are removed, and what will be the base of the bellows is carefully turned right side up so the walls can be built higher, and a rim added. The jar is removed from the inside.
On enlève doucement le canari. Maintenant, c'est la fin de la conclusion.
The stalks and straw are carefully removed from inside the furnace. Now 2 elders, including Razinga Bamago on the right, cut the opening through which the air will pass and the iron will emerge. The opening is carefully shaped with fresh clay.
La fixation.
This is a hole that permits God to see inside the furnace.
Ce trou, on appelle ça amorer les kilos. C'est un trou qui permet de bien observer à l'intérieur du haut fourneau.
They have now completed the furnace. This is the completed furnace minus the bellows. Now it is time carefully to assemble the bellows, tuyères, and furnace.
Maintenant, comme ils ont fini de construire les soufflants, ils ont mis les deux raccords qui permettent la sortie de l'air jusqu'au fourneau. C'est ça qu'ils sont en train de faire.
The kiln is assembled piece by piece. The clay tubes, or tuyères, are pushed through holes in the bellows and fixed in place with fresh clay. The bellows and tuyères are attached to the furnace so that the air forced out of the bellows will enter the base of the furnace. They have attached the tubes in the bellows. These must dry for 7 days before being moved.
On utilise ce genre d'allumettes, c'est leurs ancêtres.
Jacques Sobe uses a flint and steel to light the inside of the furnace, just as their ancestors did.
Éliminer les petites épines qui se trouvent.
This will burn out the straw stubble inside the furnace and heat the furnace so it will dry completely.
Ils vont mettre le feu pour éliminer les épines et pour que là-dedans là, ça sèche.
To heat the inside of the furnace so it will dry. That way, when the ore is burned tomorrow, it will be easy. As you can see, the Bamagos actually made 2 furnaces. The first was fired successfully several days before the official smelting, so that they would be sure that they had gotten it right when the official guests arrived.
Pour que ça sèche. Là, pour écouler, pour brûler le minerai demain, ça sera très facile. Voilà.
Pause sur la première journée. Donc, voilà où le journaux vient d'être rempli de charbon et de tiges. En même temps, on introduit les deux.
The last steps are to assemble the furnace and bellows. Now that they have completed the furnace, They attach the tubes to the bellows, which will carry the air to the tall furnace. Goat skins are tied to the top of each bellows in such a way that there is a flap, or opening, that opens up on the upstroke and closes on the downstroke, trapping the air and forcing it through the tubes. The elder Razinga Bamago is a specialist in this step and personally supervises the attaching of the hides. You can see where the hide is folded on the left and right to form the valve through which the air enters the bellows. Strips of rubber inner tube are used to bind the hides in place. Jacques Soba helps Razinga make adjustments. He announces the furnace is ready to begin smelting the next day. The climactic step in the process is the actual smelting. A senior elder pours alternating layers of charcoal and a mix of ore and flux into the top of the furnace. The furnace is lit, and the young men of the village take turns pumping the bellows as hard as they can for hours on end. There's a great deal that can go wrong at this point after days of preparation. The fire may not reach a temperature high enough to melt the ore, or the furnace may crack, or worse, collapse, spreading sparks and incandescent slag and ore all over the area. Large numbers of people have gathered from local communities and from the capital, Ouagadougou, which is about 150 miles away. This is an important event. Burkinabés are curious about their cultural history, and faculty and students from the University of Ouagadougou attend to see this reenactment of an important technology. These are bowls of zumcom, or millet water with sugar, that the young men will drink as they work at the bellows. An elder offers some as sacrifices to the spirits by splashing it on the furnace. A Mosi flautist plays a praise song associated with smithing. You hear the Moray word "bwaga" repeatedly. This is the word for iron furnace. One of the few senior elders who still has the strength takes a turn at the bellows. You can hear that the university students are speaking French, not Moray, because some of them are not Mosi and don't understand Moray. This is the point where the air from the bellows enters the furnace. All of the Smith elders and senior people from the community are wearing their best clothes when they attend the smelting. At this point, most of their work is done, and it's now up to the strong young men at the bellows to bring final success to the project. The elder in purple is the chief of Dablo. He and other chiefs wear the very distinctive hats that are unique in all of Africa to Mosi chiefs. There is ample evidence that chiefs have been wearing these hats since at least the 16th century. It is quite evident how hard these men are working as they pump the bellows. Much patience is needed as an elder inspects the furnace through a small opening at the base to see if, based on the color of the flame, the temperature is right. The young men pump and then pump some more. They eat from a bowl of millet water and sugar, very high in carbohydrates, and pump some more. They wait as more ore flux mix or more charcoal are added, and pump some more. Musicians play their flutes, and praise songs about the strength and ability of the smiths are sung, and they pump some more. He re-energizes himself with Zumcomb. The first traces of liquid slag appear at the base of the furnace. Flames emerge from the very base of the furnace. The very bright liquid that looks like lava from Kilauea volcano is in fact slag, not iron. The iron never gets quite hot enough to flow this freely. A big audience of students, elders, men and women, children, police and government officials are drawn by an event they feel is very important. Many of the students are archaeology students who often find broken tuyères, slag, and bits of furnace in the sites they excavate. This smelting helps them understand the process that created those artifacts. Heat and poisonous fumes pour from the hole through which God watches the inside of the furnace. There's a pause while more charcoal and ore are added to the kiln.
Kita tundukuwaye. Bananya konatang biyo ning salaye. Kita laye. Kita tundukuwaye. Ndema ya biyo king salaye. Kita laye. Kita tundukuwaye. Bananya ya biyo king salaye. Kita laye. Kita tundukuwaye. Lord God would be our king salaya. I don't know what you're asking, Saleh. Kalau jualan saya mengenai saya. Ana bola hamiro walim sale. Awa dabli wina walim sale. Awa to shade le ba. Duma bo adiang ma bo akima bo. Dem sa tisam. Apa maya ada pokok apa? Jangan sama yang apa? Aku bicara pun dia lebih bisa suka. Aku kan saya pun lono bisa oleh. Jangan.
Late in the afternoon, after 10 hours of pumping, a solid lump or bloom of iron has formed at the bottom of the furnace, where the heat is almost white hot. The end is in sight. A large lump of slag is shoved aside. The furnace breathes like a dragon as it gives up a throbbing mass of slag and iron. The front of the furnace is broken off to reveal the large bloom of iron, weighing almost 30 pounds, nestled among the glowing charcoal. The mass of new iron is dull gray on the outside and incandescent red on the inside. It is rough because it has never completely liquefied, but in the heat of the furnace, it has fallen to the bottom of the furnace through the charcoal and slag, where it has formed a large single mass. The audience shows their appreciation and perhaps relief that it has turned out well. While the lump of new iron is still hot and soft, the elders drag it from the furnace and cut it into slabs with a wedge and hammer. The smiths then forge it into the shape of a useful tool or weapon in their sacred forge, heating the iron red hot, then pounding it with traditional round hammers, heating again, hammering, heating, and hammering. Near the end, the shape is broadened into wings that the smiths bend over to form the socket. And finally, the edge is hammered as sharp as possible before the hoe blade is attached to the carved wooden handle. Here the iron bloom is being cut into slabs with a wedge. The slabs will be forged into iron hoes. As usual, Jacques Sobabamago is right in the midst of the action. Now the smiths carry the chunk of iron to the forge, where it is again heated to yellow hot. The bellows are similar but smaller than the large bellows used in smelting. The surround for the forge is an old steel rim from a large truck.
Ici, c'est la forge. On a envie de fabriquer une daba après l'extraction du fer.
This is the forge where they will make a hoe following the smelting of the iron. Two senior smiths pull the hot iron from the fire and begin to shape it on the anvil. Their round hammers are very old-fashioned and traditional. Contemporary smiths more often use hammers made in China. This is called pumping iron.
Okay, click the first one, the first piece here. Close system.
One smith holds the iron on the anvil with tongs while they both hammer it into shape.
Closer systems. Closer system stuff.
When the iron is no longer soft enough, it is reheated. First, the raw iron is formed into a flat rectangle. Then each end is flared to form the blade and the socket.
Okay, click the first people also ask.
This very strong, vigorous pounding flares one end to form the socket.
Which is the nearest. Kindness, major, dwarf, galaxy. We're not looking for galaxy. We're looking for which solar system is closest to ours. Did you click on that? Is that what you clicked? No, not nearest, closest. It's on top. This is a galaxy. I want to go back to
The iron will be rested on these two hammers as the socket is shaped.
Click that one. It says closest. The first one. But it says which galaxies. We're not looking for what? Speaking galaxies, we want the solar system. These are nearest stars and brown dwarfs. Okay, go to the nearest. The picture doesn't match. Why they're giving us Venus? The two Venus comes closer.
Now the smiths bend the socket around the handle of a hammer to give it a good uniform shape.
Closest available is the solar system. Okay. All right. Okay. Which star is closest to us?
Now they thin and flare the blade of the hoe and begin to form an edge.
There's solar systems above and below us. Click that one. No. Okay. Huh?
Another smith is carving the handle. Smiths are usually the carvers of wooden masks and other sacred objects in African communities because they have responsibility of carving handles for the tools they make.
Okay. How far the nearest stop? Take that one.
The final shaping of the edge of the hoe. The handle is tried for the first time. The hot iron burns into the wood, shaping it to fit tightly. The blade is cooled in water.
Okay, go down.
Now the hoe is finished.
La différence seulement, c'est que ici, le charbon qui utilise ici, c'est du charbon ordinaire, figuré, du charbon de bois.
Late in the afternoon, after the iron has been smelted and the tools have been forged, the community of Doblo and the invited guests celebrate the successfully completed project. The chief of Doblo presents a completed hoe to the representative of the Minister of Culture. Jacques Bamago, who has taken on so many responsibilities over the past weeks, presents a completed ode to Professor Kientiga. To close the ceremonies, the famous Mosi Warba dancers perform for the honored guests. It is interesting that their clappers and bangles are made of iron. A musician blows a trumpet made of antelope horn. Finally, the last of the guests shake hands and greet each other and depart for Ouagadougou.
Okay, go back to them now. Get me in. Just hold. We're going to bring Professor Gabriel Oyibo on. Are you all ready?
I am.
Well, praise God.
Praise God.
I'm ready.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. How are you all doing today?
Gagut greetings.
Gagut greetings. Gagut greetings.
Everyone.
Yes.
Gagut greetings, my brother.
Gagut greetings.
Gagut greetings.
Gagut greetings.
Gagut greetings.
Gagut greetings.
Gagut greetings.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice to hear you.
Nice to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me see here. I can't see who is here. Who's there? Okay. 3. Okay. Okay. Where are the others?
He's cut out, Mr. Taylor.
Okay. All right. Did you all watch the iron smelting?
Yeah,
Yes.
that was
Yes. That's a very
important.
John. Is there anything you can do with regards to the echo?
They have to mute their microphones. That's what's causing backlash.
Okay, but they
when
will
you ask them to talk, then that's where the echo comes in.
Okay. All right. You're gonna be turning on and off your mics. Yes, I wanted you all to watch the smelting so you can get a sense of our reality. The last 2,500 years has done a nasty job on our reality. And as a result, we all suffered very badly. So that piece is from Burkina Faso. And our world is pretty much like that. We taught everybody in the world the art and science of technology. And so it is extremely important for us to remember that the last 2,500 years, Jim Crow, who started out as a black man, but went up north and got caught up in the ice environment. And eventually something went wrong with his mind. So over the centuries, he did come back about 2,500 years ago and saw the development and our civilization and everything else, and was so overwhelmed because in the ice environment, like I said, it's almost literally freezing their minds. They lost 9 polymorphisms in terms of their mind ability. So in the process, it was a lot of deprivation and a lot of depression. So when they came back, they were changed, not only in their mind, in terms of 9 strands of intelligence lost, but also that their color changed and everything else. So what came back to us was a different brother, than compared to what we, when the way they were like us when they left. But when they returned, their personalities and their minds had changed, had diminished. So what they came to tell us was they were so overwhelmed with the civilization that we've been able to build, and intelligence that was shown. So part of the evidence of the loss of mind or paralysis of the mind was them telling us that they demanded that we give them liberty, which means liberty to do anything with us. Obviously, that would include killing us or anything, or give them death. That slogan is still on today. And so they came even naked. They had horsebacks. They were riding on horses, but did not have clothes on. And so when we saw that, we knew something has happened to our brothers. And we tried to reason with them, but the loss of 9 strands came in the way. So we basically told them we're neither going to give them a liberty to kill or give them death. We're not going to do any of those two. So what we did meanwhile was to retreat eastward, westward, and southward. And that over the centuries led to this dynamics where we began we just retreated from Kemet, where most of our civilization was focused during that particular period. So, and what we basically said was we're not going to go along with any of the choices. However, we're going to allow them stay and hope that they will get some healing. And we're ready to wait until 1990 before we could actually officially sit down with them again and talk and see where they are and see how we move on to the next stages. So that's what happened. But our civilization, which was called the cradle, we were called the cradle of civilization because of our minds, our fine minds. And so we continued. That interruption was very paralyzing. It was rough. But they would not really speak our language. And what you see today is a culmination, the dynamics of what happened to this trip, to the Iceland, to the colder part of the planet. So, but nobody was really sure what was going to happen in 1990. 1990, of course, and although when I said we promised 1990, nobody really knew the time. We knew the time was coming. Our ancestors knew the time was coming when either, our brothers Jim Crow would heal, and then we could move on with our programs of living higher state of existence. Or we will try to rehab them and everything else. Unfortunately, things have not progressed to the actual level that we were hoping for, with the healing and the transformation. So we have a very mixed bag kind of experience. However, God was not abandoning any of God's creatures. So what God did was to give us an order called the God Order in 1990. The journey from the time of the creation itself was a journey of learning and teaching and discovering and rediscovering the essence of existence. We learn how to understand our surroundings and learn and study them and use that understanding and learning for survival. And in the process, we learn that the only reason we were created is to glorify our Creator. So central to all that process was the use of our minds. Jim Crow had learned, because of the hardships in the cold region, learn the dynamics of survival and arrived at a different conclusion. And the conclusion in which is the survival of the fittest. The survival of the fittest. Because the cold weather obviously has a lot of severe dynamics. And so, we knew it was a struggle even before they left. It was a struggle to survive. But God gave us a tool to deal with that struggle, which is the mind, the brains. So when God created us and we looked into our environment, we depended on connectivity with the Creator through life. Life is the peace of God in us. And the mind, which is a tool that God gave to us for us to protect life, because life, being a piece of God in us, is the most precious thing with God. And God gave us the mind, which is the second best thing we have, because it is designed by God for protecting life. So in fact, life and the mind are connectivities that we have God. Those are pieces of God in us. So that's where how we develop the dynamics of the cradle of civilization. But at the juncture when our brothers returned back, they were, like I said before, we kind of gave them some room, but it was a struggle, because the more we gave them, the more they wanted, which is part of the survival of the fittest philosophy from the cold weather. So in 1990, God gave us the God order. And that God order is called God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. Because the learning process up until that point was the use of mind through guesswork. Guesswork is basically observing your environment, watching things, trying to get a sense of what's going on in your system, your own system, your body, and both inside and outside, your environment and your neighbors, animals and everything else, and plants, and try to see how you develop the dynamics of survival, not only for we humans, but other creatures, like animals and plants and all. So in the process, we learn that we have to eat to preserve life. We need housing to have privacy and protection, especially from creatures that we can't really, we're not on the same level, and who saw things operate differently. So that was going on, and we were doing very well. In the guesswork dynamics, there's theories. Some of the highlights include the definition of our creator. We watch development from one person to two persons to three persons and so on and so forth. We identify male and female and children and all that, and we're moving on. But the mind, which is a central part of our protection, had to develop within that dynamics. And that development was based on theories, guesswork. We observe and make a guess and test that guess out over a period. That fundamentally went on for such a long period of time until 1990, when God ordered us to step on to the next milestone of our existence. That next milestone is the age of intelligence, when God had watched us begging to rise to higher grounds. We're dealing with a lot of theories. A few cases were pretty good theories, but almost all of them have limitations. So when God decided to uplift us to a higher milestone of existence in 1990, that's when God revealed the God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, nicknamed Gagut, G-A-G-U-T, which is the revelation from God the Creator to a black man. A black man. And the revelation is God revealing to that black man that all of realities, all infallible truths that include all creatures, as well as all infallible solutions to all problems, originate out of just one invariant, G sub I. All infallible truths, which is a total departure, total upliftment from where we were before 1990. The totality of infallible truths originate out of just one invariant. Invariant is something that doesn't change in its content, its constitution. G sub I. With orthogonal components, G sub ij. The I becomes a dimension, a material dimension, and the J was revealed to that black man to be the space-time dimension. Material characterizes a form of existence, like human beings, animals, living things and non-living things. Those are, material dimensions of existence. But space-time is a hint in terms of what the universe is all about. And so you have the material and then the space-time. So, but it's the invariant where all realities exist. So God revealed that it comes out of one invariant. Every reality comes out of one invariant, Gij. And because it is invariant, the change of that invariant, which in tensor notation, the change, because it's invariant, when you fix the materials dimension, say you want to look into a human being, that means your face is just humanity. That means the eye is fixed. Then you're going to look into its space-time and see a change in that. from one space-time point to another space-time as a consequence of Gij being the invariant revealed by God. That change must be exactly zero. That's what transformed us into the highest state of existence since the creation itself. That means the totality of knowledge of infallible truth is revealed through this black man. Now, some of you may not feel that as a dynamics of miracle right now, but it's going to come. It's going to come. Nothing like this even close existed before. Nothing, not even a piece of it. Extremely few people were, this, and of course, because this Gij revealed as the invariant, and out of which or out of whom all realities come from, kind of show consistency with the search of every creature or every human creature for the concept of God the Creator. When we look into our own dynamics of existence, talk about fathers and mothers and the children will go on to become mothers and fathers, and the generation begin to build. So we see that you can have a great-great-grandparents and lots of grandchildren and great-grandchildren and all. And that could populate a whole environment, a whole community, a whole city, a whole region, a whole country, and a whole continent. So, because our preoccupation is, well, where do we come from? How did we get here? What are we doing here? So with our understanding of going from great-grandparents to the latest generation, we can see how those great-grandchildren came from grandparents. So for a lot of our ancestors, some begin to think that that is how we were created. That's how we came into existence. So if we could trace our path back to the first grandparents, then that's where we came from. But at some point, you're going to say, well, what happened in terms of, did God create a man and a woman, a first man and a woman? How did that happen? Did God create a pair at the same time? Otherwise, what, so then, but at least we had some idea about that journey. So, but this is what God revealed. Gij, comma j equal to 0. As a revelation from God the Creator. And in the process, we began to feel a closer connectivity, mental connectivity with the concept of the Creator. But this is what happened in 1990 and changed our reality forever. In this phase, we become symbols of our own Creator. And it's ideal. That's ideal. We didn't have that kind of opportunity. We did a lot of great things before 1990. A lot. We did some of the miracles include the pyramid design and construction that happened in Gagutia, the land of Gagutians, previously called Africa. It's appropriately called Gagutia now. So we did a lot of those, but we didn't have this. So eventually, as we go in today, you would see how the infallible proof of this revelation is coming from God put us in a different state of existence, a very high milestone. And so, but I wanted you to get a sense of some of our reality. That's why I wanted you all to watch the smelting of iron. Smelting of iron, another similar thing that we did in the past, was part of these theories that we were working with or developing. We're ahead of everyone. Today, it didn't look that obvious. That is why I wanted you to watch it. It's very, very important. And the people that you saw, and I'm glad that you saw them in a simple state of attire. They were very simple and everything else. But there was nothing simple about the mind of those people. And you had to now know that, no, the last 2,500 years, as a matter of fact, if you listen to that broadcast, you would have heard that it said in the 60s, 50s, 60s, when Jim Crow came back for the so-called colonization, they stopped any of that stuff, stop our people from engaging in it, so as to paralyze us, which is part of give us liberty to do whatever we want or give us death. And we refuse both of those. So when they revisited that art and science of technology as a basis of our being called a cradle of civilization, and if you also listen there, you will hear that we were in that culture way back, as far back as 2,500 years ago, which actually goes to tell you, 2,500 years ago, we were in that business. And that's when Jim Crow came back and began interrupting that process. So, but at this juncture, I want us to take some time out for dinner. And we're going to get back 8 o'clock. This is supposed to be an intensive briefing. Very intensive because there's a lot of information. But your focus needs to be on this formula. So I'm hoping that, especially those of you who are, who are around the time zone where it is, we can have dinner now. And those who already passed that point, they could have some kind of a snack. But we hope to get back 8 o'clock. Okay? Do y'all understand?
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a lot of things to cover. So get some snack. We'll see you at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
So God got greetings to all of you.
All right.
Okay, Gagut greetings.
God got greetings.
Gagut, greetings. Are we all here?
Yes, I'm here.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
here.
I'm here.
We're here.
We're here.
Oh, let me mute. I'll go on mute here.
Did you get the email?
I don't see anything coming through.
Try to refresh your page. Refresh your page?
Yep. Don't coming through.
Could you then send me an email, johnglover199@gmail.com?
John.
Glover, GMO, P as in Victory, E-R. 199@gmail.com.
Okay, I got it now. Just get through.
God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, nicknamed Gagut, G-I-J, J Cuisino, has proven that lack of understanding of the facts regarding individual races is the primary cause of race-relations problems globally. Russia, China, Germany, India, and knowledgeable persons of most of the winning parts of the world agree that Gagut contains all solutions to all mathematics and all human problems. Reverend Professor Robert Ingram, a former mayor, a police chief, a clergyman, and a university professor, gave the large key from the county to the discoverer of Gagut, Professor Gagut Oyibo, who studied that Gagut finding and successfully used it for solving race-relation problems
in Miami-Dade County, which people believe should be used towards resolving race relations problems in the United States and globally. Furthermore, the City Council of New York City celebrated Gagut and discovered and experienced racial harmony in the process, and were able to understand and agree that Gagut is the solution to the racial harmony problems. The one-time biggest television show called Law and Order recognized Gagut as the ultimate legal investigative tool, and hence the ultimate law because Gagut is the God's law infallibly. Governments run the affairs of the society only with laws, which is another way of saying the ultimate or the best governments would run their affairs of society with Gagut, which is the ultimate law. Therefore, both executive and legislative members of the government are compelled to learn and use Gagut for running the affairs of society. Now, the next part of my presentation is an insert of Professor Ingram's presentation on how he accomplished racial harmony using that Gagut solution. You'll notice from the testimony of Reverend Professor Ingram, which was in 2002, the human being that was blessed by God with the revelation of Gagut recalled how he was introduced to a mathematics legend called Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss around 1965. During 2005, the same Professor Gauss had his 150th anniversary of his death from 1855 to 2005, and it was commemorated and celebrated, during which 52 greatest mathematics works were selected for that celebration, which not only included Gagut, but Gagut was recognized as the greatest of those 52 greatest mathematics works, and was recommended among the 51 other greatest mathematics works to be studied by all educational and other institutions globally, with Gagut being placed in the center of the commemoration, week 26 of the 52 weeks in the year 2005. In the process, Gagut, which is a dividend of diversity, it made America #1 globally, therefore proving that diversity is the ultimate blessing, not a curse, that now must be celebrated for eternity, that blesses humanity with eternal racial harmony. In addition, the Russian Daily News number 1339 on October 30, 2018 celebrated Gagut, and Gagut revealed that Gagut contains all the mathematics and all other knowledge and infallible truths. The second point is that Gagut contains solutions to all mathematics and all other problems. And the third point, which is the most important, is as a consequence of points 1 and 2 of Greenwich involved, Gagut has been certified by God to have earned all academic prizes, past, present, and future infallibly. Furthermore, over 415 Harvard and MIT professors, students, and staff, including mathematics associate professor Dmitry Benchenko from MIT, they agreed that Gagut is the God's Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem of everything. And we quoted, "We, the students and faculty at Harvard/MIT, wish to express our desire to have Dr. G.A. Oyibo, Professor of Mathematics and Nobel Prize nominee, give a lecture at our campus about the discovery of the theory of everything, Gagut, for which he has been nominated for the Nobel Prize. We feel that a lecture and discussion about the scientific and social implications of this theory will be beneficial to our school by broadening our academic and social awareness." The Harvard University and MIT professors, students, and staff began to develop racial harmony by agreeing that Gagut is the God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, G of everything, G-I-J, J equals 0, which contains all infallibly solutions to all math and all human problems infallibly, including the infallibly solution to the race relations problem that needs to be implemented in your city, because the infallible truth is the only thing that different members of society can rationally and permanently agree upon, which is the fundamental and critical component of racial harmony. And the part of racial harmony and the law and order recognition of doctrine of Gagut attached. People who are not familiar with Gagut, which is G-I-J, J equals 0, they may hear this presentation and think that it's a court sales pitch. However, the British Parliament heard a similar court sales pitch about G M1 M2 minus FR squared equals 0 from Sir Professor Isaac Newton, and that President Franklin D. Roosevelt heard a similar court sales pitch about E minus MC squared equals 0 from Professor Albert Einstein. With both formulas revolutionizing the world, and with those those two last formulas of Newton's and Einstein's that have been proven to have origins of finite subsets within the Gagut, Gij, J equals 0, which is the infallibly total theorem / formula ultimate superset of everything. And therefore it is not a quote CS pitch, but clearly the ultimate blessing from God to humanity, which the humanity now needs for solving race relations problems. Also, military power comes from formulas. Gagut, which is the ultimate formula, it has made America #1. Therefore, black people who are used to make that happen must be treated properly. Black people cannot be rewarded with imprisonment or death in response to making America #1. Therefore, the following critical action items are urgently warranted as a result of Gagut, making America #1, and confirming diversity as a very great blessing from God involved. The first critical action item is Gagut ultimate victory for America, together with the individual blessed by God with the discovery of Gagut, must be celebrated by all Americans and all American cities and propagated globally, like was done after the Second World War. Since Gagut made America #1, with Russia #2 and Germany #3, which is on the Gaussian list of the Gaussian ranking. And to further that understanding, without Gagut, Russia would have been #1. Germany would have been #2. America would have been #7. The second critical action item is the public, including the mayors, the police, the judges, and the jurors, and all others must learn that Gagut, together with its confirmation by the U.S. federal government-sponsored Gagut-Yale University study, they recognize the black race as the most intelligent race, with raw intelligence quotient data score of 28 for blacks, compared to raw intelligence quotient data score of 19 for non-blacks. And therefore, Gagut has decreed that black people must be recognized, employed, and paid as the most intelligent members of society. The Gagut-Yale University study, entitled Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations, which is co-authored by Yale University Professor of Genetics, Professor Kenneth K. King, whose initial is KKK, can spiritually contribute positively to total racial harmony for humanity informally. It proved that black people are the most intelligent race, which now verifies that not only must black people receive justice, they must also deliver justice. Just like Sir Professor Isaac Newton's formula of G m1 m2 minus FR squared equals 0 gave the British people and other Europeans the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And just like Professor Albert Einstein's formula E minus MC squared equals 0 gave the Jewish people the privilege to receive as well as deliver justice. And then the third critical action item is also the most important, which is the following. As you are the state of North Carolina cities have a population of 23% of black people. They're the total population effect. There are 52% of the judges' decisions and prison population, though. This means that the police arrest record must be equal or higher than 52%. Since the judges' decisions / prison population are a subset of police arrest record superset. A person has to be arrested by the police before they go to judge's decisions / prison, showing that black people are over 2 times overpopulated in the police arrest. And in the judge's decisions / prison population, and therefore the police arrest and the judge's decisions / prison population are grossly in error, which must be corrected immediately. By making sure the police arrest and the judge's decisions / prison population are no more than 23% of the total arrest and the total prison population respectively in any given days or period, and by releasing a minimum of 50% of the black prisoners from prison urgently, which can be easily be accomplished by following the footsteps of the state of New Jersey, which has begun responding to the God order called Gagut by releasing a number of black prisoners, as reported in a New York Times article dated November 5th, 2020, entitled, quote, Tears, Hugs, and Fresh Clothes, New Jersey's Prisoners Release or Rejoice at Release. The article is given there in the message. signed last month, which New Jersey is trying to deal with the United States criminal justice system that, quotes, imprisons people of color in disproportionate numbers. Furthermore, the police need to attend the Gagut classes to learn the safest way to arrest lawbreakers, particularly to minimize their deaths and injuries. So the choice is clear. Pursuing these critical action items will push humanity on the path to immortality. Ignoring them will put them on the path to Armageddon. We're hoping that people will choose immortality over Armageddon and life over death, irrespective of who loses Gagut. Can we click on?
And that's basically was the meeting I had with Burlington, North Carolina. So this is, again, it's spreading the message of how we're supposed to conduct ourselves in light of Gagut with the mayors, the police chiefs, and so forth. We're ready to bring Professor Oyibo on. Are we all ready?
Yes.
1 second.
And then you're going to show me a few. Then you're going to turn this also, and then that's all there. Okay. Where is Taylor?
He still hasn't come on yet.
Have you come?
Yes.
Okay, welcome back, Gagutians and others. How was the dinner?
It was a nice break.
Awesome.
It was great.
Awesome. So you're gonna need that. There's work to be done, but what you need to keep in mind is Gij, comma j equal to 0 is the ultimate revelation. Ultimate means you can't go past it. There is nothing beyond this formula. That's what you need to get a sense of. And you know, if there wasn't a formula like this, it would be hard to really explain to people. So those of you who are a little rusty in their symbolism mathematics, you know, you're going to youngsters, black youngsters especially worldwide, are catching on and picking up this formula. Gij, comma j equals 0. So that's the revelation that puts humanity, first it puts black people in charge of the affairs of this planet. That's what this formula is, how God, you know, verifies the position of creatures, especially within the human. It is how good is your formula. Your formula dictates how you fit into the society. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Everybody understand?
Yes.
Okay. That's the bottom line. So, but this is the God order. There is no part of the planet that hasn't heard about God in this formula, because it's the ultimate. That's a key word. So because it's the ultimate revelation, Stephen Hawking from Cambridge never thought you could get that God will permit a revelation of a little piece of this in terms of a very approximate theory that will give a way of unifying all knowledge of infallible truth. That's Stephen Hawking of Cambridge. As a matter of fact, 1991, when he was briefing his colleagues at Cambridge, 1991, Gagut had already come out 1 year already. And in many ways, supposed to make the announcement within Cambridge a little harder. But you'll be surprised to know that things kind of went rapidly. 15 years later, there will be a publication of the review of Gagut, published by the University of Cambridge press. Did y'all hear what I said?
Yes, University of Cambridge Press.
Yeah, some of you have seen that review already. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
All right. Anybody that has not seen that yet? Is there anybody in here that has not seen the University of Cambridge Press publication of the review of Gagut? Anybody?
Is that something we can look up online, right?
That's an interesting question. Unfortunately, for some strategic reasons, it's not readily available. And that goes to tell you, by strategic reasons, I'm talking about the non-blacks. Okay? At some point, I'm going to flash that. That's a very critical review, but, that has been there since 2005. Is there anybody that remembers seeing it?
I think I'm talking about the same one, Professor. I've seen many, but now that you said it's not readily available, I don't know.
Okay, John.
I just recently saw it, Dr. Oyibo, with John. We reviewed it with John on a separate occasion, just recently, within the last couple of weeks.
That's Donovan.
Donovan.
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad that you saw that. Yes. And there's work to be done. John. Okay. Can you flash the University of Cambridge Press piece, especially if it's handy? Then we're gonna quickly. There's work to be done. You understand now? The situation is one where two impossibilities are being forced together to. Yes, this expression that is flashed on them.
You all see the Cambridge core piece, the Cambridge University Press?
Yeah.
Everybody see that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's showing right now.
Yes,
Yeah.
I see it.
Yes, I see it.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
This is not something you can forget. Do you all understand?
Mm-hmm.
This is not, you can't forget it at all. This is very critical. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, especially the title itself is self-explanatory. Isn't that right?
Oh,
Isn't that
yes.
right? I told you that Stephen Hawking, what is called the brief history of time, had indicated that it is impossible for God to reveal the grand, he wasn't talking about, he was talking about a unified theory. We're talking about just unifying the physics of electromagnetic forces and gravity. He said that was impossible. Do you all understand?
Mm-hmm.
Go into the YouTube and you look for something called A Brief History of Time. And if you look, watch all of it, you'll see where he says he doesn't see how God will reveal to a creature what was on God's mind as God was creating the universe. That's part of your assignment for tonight. And so and you can see here what it says, right? Published online by Cambridge University Press. Do y'all see that?
Yeah, seen it.
Yes.
Yes.
That's very important. That's very important. Right? So in other words, this is a possibility. And that impossibility was indicated by one of the most respected professors in Cambridge University. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
So therefore, and like I said, 1991 is when he was. Brief History of Time. Make a note of all of you. It's Brief History of Time is the title of the movie, the video that he did. And of course, when he presented it with his colleagues, he apparently convinced them that wasn't going to be possible. Do you all understand? And that was 1 year after Gagut had already come out already. All right, so this is important. So what does this mean? Gagut is supposed to be an impossibility. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Yep. That's what you need to digest. Do we have an agreement on that?
Yep.
Because this is all about you.
This is all about you.
Do you understand?
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how is that? Why is this all about you? Well, 2,500 years ago, as I indicated earlier, Jim Crow came back and pretended to be giving us an order, even though we saw him as a 2-year-old. Because first of all, and I said 2-year-old, that's not very much an exaggeration, because he came naked but on horseback. You know, a 2-year-old can come around and walk around naked. Do you all understand?
Oh, yes, sir.
Right.
We don't exaggerate around here. We tell the truth like it is. Because this is a story of who you are. So in the process, he made demands and all that. And one of the things that you need to know about yourself is that, one, you've been acting for 2,500 years. Do you all know that?
Oh, yes, yes, sir. When you don't know who you are, you gotta act.
Yeah, you've been acting as in Hollywood script. You call people sir that were not qualified to call you sir. Did you realize that?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's our story. You all understand?
Mm-hmm.
Take a good look at what is in front of you and see how that this relates with that acting. Do you all understand?
Yes,
Yes,
indeed.
Yep.
Yes, master, and all that. Is that consistent with what you say in front of you?
No. Not at all.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Anybody else has a comment?
Yeah, we're right. It's not consistent with what the narrative is.
So that is
consistent.
consistent. Consistent with acting like you could act in a Hollywood movie. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
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 And you read such a script and even try to play the role. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Right.
So does that give you a sense of the reality of we've been acting for 2,500 years or not?
Loud and clear.
Anybody else?
Yep, agreed.
Yes. Anybody else? Anybody else? Come on now, let's go. Anybody else? I only heard two voices.
Yeah, that is what I wanted to say was the Russian conflict with the Ukrainian. I was reading an article where the Sudanese general Mohammed Hamdad is in Russia, in Moscow, uh, having talks in Moscow for the last couple of days. I was reading that online, and I mean I had to read it online. They don't show things like that on the news, so I read it on the internet.
All right. Yeah. Well, I don't recall who that person is. What was his title? What was his position in the Sudan?
He's the General Mohammed Hamdad Dagalo.
Okay. That's part of the acting, obviously. You want to be very clear. Again, like I said, as far as those of you who are here now, I only heard two voices. There's one missing.
Read it.
Is that you? Is that you, Brother Atkins? That was you that was missing?
Missing
No, in
what?
terms of responding to the question I asked you, in terms of with what's in front of you. Is that consistent with the black man calling the non-black? Yes, master. Yes, master.
I understand what you said.
Yeah, we all agree that
I understand what you said.
Yeah.
Is that consistent?
We all agree that it's not consistent.
That's what I want to make sure is clear. That's what I want to make sure is clear. As a matter of fact, not only is it not consistent, it is impossible. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
This is very critical. You are in what is called life preserving Britain. Do you understand?
Yep.
Yes. This is very critical. You're looking at something face to face. You're looking at it. This is the best, most prestigious university, certainly one of them. John? Okay, I got a little acting here. Like that. It is impossible. And I want you to really understand that very loud and clear. This is not some kind of where did this come from? Okay. Wait, how did they pop up like that?
Must have been touching the piece.
Okay. It is important. There are certain things that one must be clear about. 2,500 years of life is quite a long time. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2,500 years is a very long time. So, two impossibilities. It's not possible for a Black person to say, in other words, we're talking about a real world, a real thing, the reality. A 2-year-old does not get yes, master from their father and their mother. Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Well, that's what it is like. It's important that we see things geometrically. Geometry. You all understand? This is geometry.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
So how come we've been saying yes, master to a 2-year-old for 2,500 years?
I don't know.
Well, Dr. Oyibo, the way I look at it is like, look, we all don't grow at the same speed. And the one big thing you mentioned earlier is that we're moving right now into the age of intelligence. And I think if we get to that level, I think the minds will be open. Right now, it seems like we're dealing with infants in this regard, because until they get to that level, the level of understanding won't be there. So that's a struggle that we're in right now.
But I just gave you a sense also of what our ancestors did when they walk in and come in and demanded I will give them liberty. See, when most people hear it, they just stop at the word liberty or give me death. But the liberty here, liberty, unless it's defined, you don't know what liberty means. Liberty in this case, in the case they're stating in, is liberty, it would include liberty to kill us. Somebody comes and says, give me liberty to kill you. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
But that's what was happening with the lynchings, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. All right. So therefore, what happened? How could something like that go down in terms of, you understand me? How could it? Here they are, like I said, 1991, Stephen Hawking, one of their most prestigious, Sir Stephen Hawking. He couldn't even conceptualize the idea of a theorem to feature in physics, because he's a theoretical physicist. And theory about them is the kind of guesswork that I told you became obsolete in terms of the arrival of Gagut in 1990. Nobody was supposed to be talking about theory anymore. But here he was telling people that not only they are still on the theory level, but that it's impossible to get a theory that could unify two forces. At the time when this discovery, Gij, comma j equal to 0. It was already done in 1990. So that's like, say, in his mind and the minds of his colleagues and everything else. Now, something got a theorem doesn't apply in physics. How could you understand? How could you come up with a theorem in physics? And it has been rolled out in mathematics, obviously. If you can't do it in physics, mathematics is out of the question. But here you are looking at it. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means that you
You
don't even
live on the same planet.
Not supposed to be living
Not
on
supposed to be living on the same
planet.
planet.
They didn't talk about theory. Theory.
Theory. It was impossible.
And that caliber of creatures can come and tell the ones that have gone beyond theory.
The ones that have gone beyond theory.
That is considered to be possible.
That is considered to be possible. At the other side.
Mute the mic.
Mute the mic.
He's going to be saying yes, master, to the one that do you all understand? That has no idea or actually totally disbelieve any possibility for a theory that will unify two forces. And lo and behold, here you have Cambridge, the same university, one of the most prestigious university presses in the world. Y'all see that?
Yes, Cambridge, UK.
Yeah, published online by Cambridge University Press. That's what it says.
So, yeah, that's what it says.
All right. So now, so then what happened? So the most credible thing you can say in terms of what happened would have to be, yes, it was actually Hollywood. Can you see that?
It was what, Professor?
That's a Hollywood script we're reciting and trying to act out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can you all see that?
I see.
Is there anybody who cannot see that? Can you all see that? It's very, very important.
Yep, it's all plain.
It's acting.
Absolutely. So that's the first thing you have to deal with. To say, yes, I have been acting for 2,500 years.
Yes, I was acting because I didn't know any better. I felt like it wasn't right, but I didn't know any better. I know now, though.
Right. It's right here before you. You are looking at it.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Praise the real God.
That's absolutely right. All right. And so therefore, the next thing is everybody settled with that so far? Because I'm going to go to the next piece. That we've been out there for 2,500 years. This is the biggest proof of it. Can you say that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
How about Brother Atkins?
Yes, I see it.
I see. And I'll give you a sense also that when you hear a story about Nat Turner, what you hear, what you heard, what you were told was not necessarily correct. You understand?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Or the Maroons, for that matter. Said about the Maroons. And the Gullah-Geechee, those are the same people.
Mm-hmm.
And one person
So,
was
Professor, really, everybody's Gullah, huh?
yes, absolutely. Well, yes, they are. Somebody gave a percentage, and he said something about 75% of all of us are Gullah. Reality is that Gullah, for example, the vocabulary of for the Gullah people, with regards to God, is Jah. Is Jah, and that's a large number of our people, use that vocabulary. Jah.
Okay. Okay.
If you go to Lingala in the Congo, it's Jah. They would Jambe, Jah. Y'all understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when the Gullah-Geechee, is telling our story here, and Brother Atkins, of course, is a Gullah-Geechee. So every one of you are Gullah-Geechee.
All right. And that's my father's last name, Atkins. That's my father's last name, Atkins.
You hear that?
Yes, from North Carolina.
There you go. God bless you all.
And now my great grandfather Boone, North Carolina. He was from South Carolina. My great grandfather.
Yes. Gullah is the one that is unapologetic about their blackness. You understand? So when the Rastas getting down with Jah and everything else, and Marcus Garvey and Maurice Bishop, Thomas Sankara, Mandela. You all understand?
Stokely.
and the presentation is made that they're all crazy. They're supposed to be crazy. They're not crazy. You understand? They're not crazy. They're being real. So that's why this piece is very critical for you to see clearly that, yes, the only way the dynamics of the last 2,500 years must be that we were acting. So once that is clear, then we'll go to the next part of it, which is, so why were we acting? That's the next question. Is there anybody that's not clear that, yes, we've been acting for 2,500 years?
Oh, yeah. Kind of like what Kanye was saying that time. But yes, that's it. Yes. They thought he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been acting. So what's next?
We've been acting. So what's next?
Just want to make sure that is totally clear.
Make sure that is totally clear.
The
Then
next
I'm
piece.
going to go to the next piece.
Okay.
Is that clear to everyone?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes.
So then the question is, why were we acting?
Yeah. Why were we acting?
Well, think about it. A 2-year-old comes to you and tells you well, give me liberty to kill you or kill me. There's only one thing you're left with in terms of, especially if you are the genius of humanity. That's the only solution, is to act. Because otherwise, lives are going to be destroyed. At least a life will be destroyed. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm following.
That's the bottom line. That's why we were acting. We were, as adults, in terms of being intelligent, we knew the value of life. And that there's no way, what are you going to try to fight with a 2-year-old? You'll be accused of murder. And for that matter, be accused of murdering a minor. Can you all say that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I see it.
So that's why we're acting. But 2,500 years later, we got the clarity that yes, we were actually acting. God is the greatest. Only God can do that.
Sure is.
It's the same God that created the 2-year-old and the genius elder. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes. One said is a blessed, highly blessed. The other one used to be blessed until he made that trip to the North Pole. And he came back derailed. In the process, he lost 9 polymorphisms in his IQ. So that was turned him into a baby, a 2-year-old. That's what happened. That's our story. It's extremely important. It is digested. Extremely important. It's not something trivial in terms of you just hear it and walk away from it. No. It's also part of the therapy. It's a big part of the therapy. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Because you can, there's no match. I was asking Minister Brown, trying to explain the thing to him, and I asked him, well, would you, because he's a boxer, or used to be a boxer. And I said, well, a 2-year-old comes to you and say, well, give me liberty to, punch you out or kill you, or
Call from an other.
kill you or kill me.
Call from an
And I
other.
said, would you be, so it's like you're going to the ring and be boxing with 2-year-old. Would you do that? And he said, no, hell no. I said, well, that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. So this part is very critical part of our therapy. God gave us, and of course, see, as you'll be getting used to dealing with infallible truths. All we're discussing here are infallible truths. That's a grand unified theorem. Gij, comma j equal to 0. There's no other knowledge beyond that. That's where knowledge ends. Because it's not only the totality of knowledge, but exactly. There's no way you could really, a creature can take credit for that. That's why it's called God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. They all understand.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And knowledge, God is intelligent. God is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't expand. So knowledge is what God is not only have intelligence, God is intelligent God's self. So the more intelligent you are, the closer you are to God. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
That's why John must have shared with you the Dasgupta piece. They all understand. Professor Dasgupta from India. Did he share that with you today?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Cambridge in England saying the same thing. So one of the questions, I'm trying to answer that question. Somebody say, well, could you find a review, online? Well, it says, yeah, they have it online, but it's oh God, but not everybody has access to it. They all understand.
Yeah.
I became aware of the review around that same time, even myself, the author. And it was rough trying to get access to it. Harvard, for example, Harvard University acknowledges that it has a review, but you could not access it. So it goes from Cambridge to Harvard. And after all, Harvard is Cambridge. Harvard is Cambridge. They are the same school. They even located in the same, the name of the cities they located is the same, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Cambridge in England. So, and at some point I tried so hard to really get a copy of that review, and this must have been around the same time it came out, because there was, there was some form of announcement. It says, yeah, there's a review, but you can't have access to the review. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what we call fraudulent concealment. Or, for a purpose, because they do not want. So that goes to say that if God didn't hand this over to the Black people, very few, but I mean, you will not have access to this particular document. It will be classified. Because for all practical purposes, the reviews are classified. Do you all understand?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is why it is so critical. In other words, yes, you're gathering the pieces together. That's part, that's part and parcel of the therapy. But you must go at the best possible speed that you can go. And you got your speed, hopefully good speed, to disengage from the acting and nicely return back to being yourself again. Acting yourself, being yourself again. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at other people's experience. The Jews didn't get anywhere near where we were, but they did work on their own therapies. Because when they left the gas chambers, they went straight into the labs and IAS, that's Institute for Advanced Study. That's all part of the therapy. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yep.
That's what all of our people need right now. That's a big part of the therapy. Because 2,500 years you have been acting almost daily. And so you're discovering that this is you here, Grand Unified Theorem. discovery of the theory of everything, and the fundamental building block of quantum theory. That's who you are. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
You discover that you had to be, you are suppressing all this genius for 2,500 years. So what you learn includes that God is in charge. Can you say that?
Yes.
Yes.
After all, God created us. So God, because while we were acting in a way, we were disrespecting our Creator. But the Creator understands because you are trying to preserve life. Because life is a piece of God in us. So you were together with your Creator. Do y'all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Thoroughly connected with the Creator.
Yeah.
With a lot of pain, though. So, hey, praise God, we have the spirituals and Mahalia Jackson and so soulful. You understand?
Yeah, it's like God used Imhotep to build the step pyramid.
Yeah.
And so God used you to submit the Europeans with Gagut.
Absolutely. So, but okay, so the Jews, when Einstein personally, went over to the Nazis and said, look, yeah, you all are aware of E minus MC squared is equal to 0. So we're not gas chamber material. So how about we revise that so that the Jews can be German first-class citizens like everybody else? And he was told, we will consider you the discoverer, but they're afraid they cannot cover the rest of the Jews. That's what he was told. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
And of course, he said, no, that's not good enough. That's why he headed to America. And of course, America gladly took the deal. So yes, you'll be first-class citizens here. A formula is what determines your category, your class. Do you all understand?
Yes, it was a formula that they all was looking for, the theory of everything.
Yes, formula. So therefore, Gagut is the ultimate formula. Gagut is the ultimate formula. Therefore, you're the ultimate. You only, as a people, you are closer to God than any other people. Not only that, since I never got out of this planet to go to other galaxies or something like that, searching for the theorem, or the theory for that matter, it was all gotten on this planet. Do y'all understand?
Yes.
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 So there's no alien from any planet, any galaxy that can tell us they're superior to black people. Can you all say that?
Yes.
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 Intellectual.
Intellectually.
Can everybody see that?
Yes.
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 That also
means
because we're also human. Humans are also are the chosen. Because of us. Can you see that?
Can you see that?
Yes.
And we're talking universally, not. Y'all understand?
Yes.
I hope you're not all, and none of you is getting overwhelmed, right?
Right?
No, not at least not yet. Anyway.
I'm just trying to gauge the magnitude of who I'm actually talking to, because I'm thinking of names like Imhotep.
Yeah.
And Imhotep was he was a mathematician. He was like everything.
Yeah.
And he was supposedly responsible for building the I think it was a step pyramid, some of those pyramids.
Yeah. It was called a polymath. Polymath. That's what his title was. So, grand unified theorem is not only polymath, it's the ultimate. Poly means more than one. Polymath means one that excels in more than one discipline. But this one is the ultimate, because every discipline is embedded in the GIJ, but it is exact and no approximations. And total, only God is higher. It's the other creatures, past, present, and future. You can't go, if you go past it, then you're down to morality. It's like the bell curve, the Gaussian distribution. And actually that's what was done in Germany. So it's not just Cambridge. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, Göttingen took over from Cambridge because they produced a better mathematician than Newton. They produced Gauss. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
So when Fortagen and Marcus calls black people a mighty race. How many of you understand that better?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You think you were just, saying something terms of feel-good sermon. No, he was telling the truth.
Nah.
You'll understand.
Yeah.
That's what he was talking about. This is the infallible proof, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, yes, it is.
So are you going to now make demands that he be so-called pardoned or not? He could feel Gagut 1990, way back when. He could say, "You mighty race." That's what he said. When your race produces the grand unified theorem, is there any other race mightier than you?
Not based on this.
Based on this?
No.
So how come he could see that so long time ago? So how could so where did he commit any crime? Person who see
He
that
did not.
far.
He did not.
Absolutely. Make sure you are jotting down things that we're agreeing on. You'll understand.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, all right. Therapy is where a big part of the focus is right now, but you have to take it seriously because you can't continue acting in pain anymore. Do you understand?
Yes.
There's no
need
for it. The acting time is over. Even Cambridge is saying very clearly here they need you there. Can't you see that?
Yes.
So you're not going to continue acting. I keep on forgetting. Vivian Thomas, Professor Vivian Thomas, whose title was a janitor. And yes, he was the best surgeon, was a real surgeon in Johns Hopkins University. They all understand.
Yes.
Yeah.
A black man, Vivian Thomas, was a janitor, was called a janitor. And yet and of course, he didn't go to any university for surgery, and yet, the phonies, they walk him in and hand him the stuff and he does the surgery, heart surgery. Right? So this is therapy time. And they go back time. As go back is Gagut ultimate blessing or human blessing. Go back, GUHBAP. Go back. And so that you begin to you have a lot of things that God wants you to do. One of them is to get your therapy. And how you know that's God's callings, that one will survive. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's a miracle. That's a miracle. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. So now it's time for therapy. This is very important. And like I said, you just lay the parallel, okay, for us, and then you see how the Jewish people, they went into the labs, like I was saying before, into Institute for Advanced Studies. They studied relativity. They went ahead and built bombs, and they're still going through that process. You understand? The therapy is still continuing for the Jews. As a matter of fact, the reparation is still going on. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So you need to get started with your reparation right away. And Brother Donovan, the dynamics with Jamaica, asking for reparation. You can see they need to be aware of this. Otherwise, they're going to be asking for extremely little for reparation. Can you all see that?
Oh, yeah. I can see it.
Yes.
I can see it.
Yes.
So you must use each one, teach many, but you need to be getting a reparation right away. No more wasting of time. Okay, and don't allow phonies, people who don't understand and who are used by Jim Crow to represent us. You can't do that. And it's not about, oh yeah, you're going to get the money handed over back to Jim Crow. No. Invest. If the British invested all their money in Newton because of GM1 M2 minus FR squared equals 0, you better believe that if we invested all the trillions of dollars that Jim Crow owes you, that's a minimum. Trillions. Invest it in the whole Gagut program. After all, Gagut is the only thing any wise investor can invest in right now anyway. Even Jim Crow have to, for them to have a chance, they must invest in Gagut in terms of, if you want a return on your money, then you better be dealing with the infallible truth, fallible solutions. That's what's in Gagut. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay, so GM1 M2 minus FR squared was Newton's guess for gravitational force field. And Einstein kind of verified that in the general relativity. Gagut has the totality, exactly. So that parallel alone, because where you are is going back to geometry. Okay, and geometry, the parallels in geometry is the technique you're going to be using. You know, in terms of, okay, the British, the English did this when they have their formula. The Jews did this when they have their formula. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And so, this is what we need to do based on those two parallels. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yeah. So the British paid themselves, you know, they invested. In fact, when they made Einstein, Newton, the master of the Royal Mint, they handed the whole money of Britain to him. Do you all realize that?
No.
You know, they handed, you know, because he was the master of the Royal Mint. All right. So obviously, has no problem with whatever amount of money he needed to, you know, and sure enough, they did, and everything works well because it wasn't too long before they got into Industrial Revolution. They'll understand. Industrial Revolution. So that, and since that is seen, in the review, you know, it was clear that Gagut unified Einstein and Newton gravitational assessments. So therefore, the benefits the British got from, because we reproduce Newton and we reproduce Einstein, wherever they're correct, because it's the solutions to all problems. It is so incredible that when you hear me, it sounds like, you know, it is impossible, but that's, you're looking at it right in front of you. They'll understand.
Yes.
And you see clearly it says published online by Cambridge University Press. Right? Soak that up as part of your therapy. They'll understand.
Yes.
Don't hold.
Yes, sir. Yes. Praise God.
Praise God. Soak it up. Soak it up.
You know, Dr. Oyibo, this is a great time we're in right now with the age of the information spur.
Yeah.
You know, I can see back in the day, a movement like this would not have, you know, bear any fruit. I mean, eventually it comes out. Look, Einstein was published, Newton was published, but I still see a slowdown here. And I'm looking at why is the resistance? You know, is it lack of that much lack of intelligence amongst, you know, Black people, or is the WASP movement so strong that the word is not filtering out? I'm somewhat confused.
Yes. Well, there's something called inertia. They kind of disbelieve. Sister Ra was talking about some part of experience that John was telling me about, where it is so hard for people to believe. They they can't believe it. You understand? And the complication comes in when, okay, it comes out being mathematical, but that is how God does business. So, but Jim Crow has held you back, never allowed you, and that's why I was saying the review is not accessible. So Jim Crow that attitude of Jim Crow die hard, as they say. You understand? So the solution to that is H1 teach many. Do you understand?
Yes, got that.
Don't hold back at all. Don't hold back. Talk to every brother and sister that you see. Even if they walk past you, don't mind. Keep on going. You understand? Keep on. That's because the few that are able to pick up, those smalls teach. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And more songs. You understand me? Because you are blessed. You are blessed that are able to pick up even a little bit. So that you must, after all, the therapy says you have to return back to yourself. When God made you a genius race, that means you're a teacher's race, you're a professor race, a race of professors. That's what you do with genius, isn't that right?
Yes.
Genius
is tips.
So that's what you have to do. They've been wasting your time for 2,500 years. But God has the last word. Whew. This is what you must feel and be energized by it. God has the last word, and the last word is G-I-J, comma, J equals 0.
Right.
Right? That's why it's called God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. G-I-J. There's no correct equation that's not in there. So it's the last word. It's the last math. It's the last physics. It's the last chemistry. Whether I'm talking Reverend King or Taj and Malcolm or Fred Hampton, 21 years old, he was murdered. And Steve Biko, they were murdered. So, but look what we got. This is what we got. So, in Chicago, some folks there are trying to erect some building in the name of Fred Hampton and having difficulty. Send them the word. Send them the word, which is also why the reparation is very critical. 21 years old, I was murdered. And Steve Biko was maybe a couple of years older. You know. So send them the word. Okay. Maurice Bishop, his body is still in the hands of the United States government. Most black people are not even aware of that. Just for building an airport for his people. Was murdered along with a woman, black woman, staff, 7 of them also, roughly 7. Their bodies are in the hands of the United States government. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I understand.
And that has to have some element of cowardice or cowardly, you know, because a black woman. And for that matter, one of his best friends, Maurice Bishop's best friend was Thomas Sankara. They also indicated that the grave where they supposedly put his body, they went and checked out and they didn't think the body there belongs to him. And that was supposed to be expected. But it's the time to make demands as you get your therapy. So it's extremely important. And you know, as God will have it, all those fit into the therapy. That's how the Jewish people did it. Do you understand me? See, which each victory, okay, their sanity got better, which means that the therapy was, they were making progress with the therapy. Do you all understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Yeah.
So don't hold back. This is extremely important. Don't hold back.
I imagine, Dr. Oyibo, with your travels, with the level that you are in the halls of academia, you must have experienced a lot of discrimination. I'm taking your word for the therapy session, being that I'm figuring that you have gone through some of this and you have seen the benefits of it.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I mean, but okay, also, you must make it a point that you listen to a Gagut video every day. That's also part of the therapy.
Got it.
You'll understand.
Yep.
Right.
Why you sleep too? The spirit don't sleep.
No.
Even if it's 10 minutes, you can watch. Go for it, but don't miss any day you have, because that's your reality, and don't you forget it.
Yeah, it's like being connected to Benjamin Banneker and Imhotep.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. That's your reality. Because if you don't do that, then you're going to fall for the default, which is acting. You understand?
Yeah.
So we just agreed, no more acting.
Yep.
So it must be
Right.
forward ever,
Agreed.
backward never. You understand? because the children, the kids, they will be excited watching you do that. And they're going to join in. And so that's how God ordered us to get transformed. Do you understand?
Yep.
So that's what God has ordered us to do. You must watch the Gagut video, go to the channel, and also get subscribers in there. And I know that they're trying to, because every person, huh?
They messing with those subscribers, Professor, because I know I get people let me use their phone and subscribe, and those numbers don't move. I watch those numbers; they don't move.
We got to do something about it. So what we do is
Yes,
to
sir.
call them. That is the thing. So, but that is also, see, the truth, just the bare truth alone has so much impact on the therapy process. That's why I said, please make notes on what I'm telling you. It's very, very important. Okay, because hey, we got to celebrate the glory of God. God made us the chosen people, loud and clear. Let's go back time.
You know, Dr. Oyibo, I'm heading back to Jamaica, and that's one of my goals. I feel inspired to do something back there, so we'll see what happens.
Praise God.
Can you repeat what you said, Professor
Morgan?
I feel like I'm on my last run trying to follow the American dreams. And my goal is to head back home to Jamaica. So that's one of the things on my mind. But with being filled with the inspiration you guys are feeding me right now, I have to incorporate all of this in my plans. And that's what I was trying to say.
Praise God. Praise God for that.
Praise God.
So with Gagut, all mathematical equations are complete. All mathematical equations are completed.
Now, when you say completed, what do you mean?
Meaning, like he won the 2005 Gauss Award. So that means that all of the math that Leonard Euler, Pythagoras, Archimedes, Aristotle, Hippocrates, Lucid, Gauss, Bartholomew, they mathematics was incomplete. Their mathematics was incomplete. So
Okay, I follow you. I follow you. Yeah.
Gagut made all mathematics complete, like completed.
I understand.
Call from Asagawa. Call from Asagawa.
And people like Pythagoras, who was an ancient Greek philosopher, his mathematics was incomplete.
Hmm. Okay.
That was ancient Greece, ancient Greco, ancient Greek.
Okay, so John, okay, so any other questions with regards to the piece here? Hello?
No, Dr. Oyibo.
No. No.
John is going to try to see if we could send you a copy of this, each of you. So you have a hand, because this is not something that you can forget. Do you understand, man? The Jewish people say never again. But we're talking about making it as part of your life. You can't for a second forget it. Because when you do, then you're back to where you were that you were not supposed to be. That's part of the therapy. See, in other words, we have to be responsible for the therapy ourselves. Do you understand?
Yes.
We have
Yes.
to be in charge of the therapy and take it seriously. As a matter of fact, what you were all saying a little while ago in terms of our people's response. Part of the problem is the lack of therapy. They all understand. So,
So
the need for therapy, is very real. It's not a joke at all. You can't sweep it under the rug. You can't ignore it. There's not such a thing. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
The trust is 500 years. You can pretend it just goes away like that. You must go through some serious therapy. But therapy in terms of the God's therapy, okay, and I'm talking about the true God, as somebody said earlier, the real God. That is what Gagut represents. So you must find it in the Gagut, because everything that is true is inside of Gagut. So,
but Dr. Oyibo,
yes,
yes. We had a little talk while you were away, but am I right in thinking back in the days of Imhotep? Yes. We had this information. What you have done now is you're now revealing. This word has come through you to reveal what was stolen or lost from us. Am I mistaken in that concept?
Yes, you are mistaken. And the mistake is in the mistake lies in the difference between infallible truth and a theory. For example, the periodic table they've been going through a construction for a while, and mostly Jim Crow types, really. And our absence in that particular arena is fraudulently, designed to make us look like, oh yes, we don't have the capability, that's why we're not in there, which amounts to fraudulent concealment. Either way, they have a periodic table where they register over 118 elements, or they call it 117 or whatever, so-called elements. Do you understand?
Yes.
So Gagut arrival revised that 118 to 1. So if you really want to talk about a periodic table, there's only one element. So therefore, how much knowledge was available when people were pushing the 118 elements, so-called elements, for over 100 years? Actually, it's more than 100 years. Lavoisier's time, 1700, they were dealing with elements already. Of course, something they picked from us, and so on and so forth. And although our ancestors, through the mystery of ancient Africans, chemistry, had an understanding. And when the Russians got on board, there are a few things they didn't understand. And, lo and behold, we end up with 118 elements. And notice also that even though Gagut has proven that, even a black man, Professor Nimalumi, his soul rests in perfect peace. And if some of his students who he was coaching with Gagut, they still consider the Gagut singular element revelation as being controversial because of the influence of Jim Crow. So in that sense, they are not understandings. In other words, understanding has a degree. Understanding has a degree. The ultimate degree is the infallibility. If I was there even before, around the time of our ancestors, and of course, there's always time for everything. But once the time has come, then people have to deal with the realities of that time. So if this would have been settled, it's one singular element, and that's Afro-Croatian or Africanium or Gargotium. That's it. Because trying to put a list of more than one singular element is like trying to list all possible compounds of chemistry. So the knowledge, even though it existed since a long, long time, the clarity that came with it, with Gagut, is totally different. It's drastically different. So, in that regard, what we're dealing with is the degree of understanding. The degree is something like Stephen Hawking, for example, he made a conclusion that it's not possible to do a unified field theory. And there are a lot of people that were going along with him already. So, in fact, he's saying it is impossible. He was saying it is impossible. So, how do you make that connection in terms of how does his position relate with the reality? The difference is understanding. His level of understanding, even in the 1990s, was so much different than what got revealed through Gagut. So you can't say Stephen Hawking knew about the unified field theory when he said it wasn't possible to be revealed. There are a lot of things that people, try their hands on it or try to deal with. That is, either they get some results and have certain perspective on the dynamics, And they'll feel, oh yes, they've solved the problem, until sometimes that situation can go on for a long time, and people will visit it and even try to incrementally improve on what was in existence, until you get something that is drastically different. That's what Gagut represents. Akhenaten, Ptah Akhenaten. Ptah Akhenaten has the one God concept. And he did very well. But the level that he had, the one God concept, is not what Gagut has. So and he was a legend, he was way above everybody else. So Gagut is a totally different category of a revelation. It's a revelation. And that's a very, very hard point for one to understand. Very hard. Very hard. But there's also a bad, how can I say it? There's a danger to that process also, in terms of even the practical, other parts of life, other aspects of life that deal with that. In our own experience in this last 2,500 years, okay, the whole dynamics with ghetto has been a major part of our experience. And the whole dynamics of understanding is how can I say it? It is more complicated than people realize. Understanding has degrees. For example, most people that study mathematics if you ask them for a proof of 2 + 1 = 3, many of them will not even know what you're asking. And people could so-called get A's in subjects like math and all that, and they know nothing about mathematics. They know nothing. They will flash A's in them. I've seen people with all A's. Most of those tests they took are taught by people who don't know math themselves. Not to mention the downright fraudulence that's associated with testing and so on and so forth. So you can't call those, because they have A's in mathematics, mathematicians. Do you understand?
Yes.
The degree of understanding is, or another part of it is, okay, you might think you know yourself Yeah, you understand who you are and everything else. But can you really honestly think that you understand yourself as much as God understands it? Understand you?
No.
That's right. The difference is the degree. The degree. So most people, the learning process, and like I said, yes, Akhenaten had a very powerful inspiration, very powerful, but or Imhotep, had a lot, but like I said, during his time, what they had was theories. Mathematics by 1900 was considered to have degenerated into theories, meaning axiomatic mathematics. That was prevailed for 90 years before Gagut came around. And part of the reason Gagut was used to honor Gauss was because David Hilbert, Professor Hilbert, who succeeded him and even helped Einstein and all that in terms of the relativity. He concluded that mathematics was not going to be searching for theorems because it's become axiomatic, meaning you have to make a lot of assumptions to be able to come up with a theorem. Therefore, because of those assumptions, they declare that theorems, mathematics as a study of theorems was not going to be feasible. And so they declared mathematics as being dead as of 1900. And so what was left was axiomatic mathematics, meaning theories. They become like physics. That was happening until 1990. And that's the reason Gagut is, one of the major reasons Gagut is on 26 in Göttingen. Which is also one of the reasons why you're seeing Cambridge getting involved in this review. Do you all understand? Nobody, like I said, and of course, Hilbert was nicknamed the last of the great mathematicians. Because, in other words, mathematics ended finally 1900. So Imhotep and company, of course, that was way back when. They were just in the beginning. They were just in the beginning. They, a brother by the name of Kaba, he would argue, said, the roaring waterways of none, there was a tomb coming out of it and all that. Therefore, they already knew about singular element and all that. No, when you studying things, you're going with the guesswork is totally different. You can't say you know much with theories. But theory is something you stumble into. You have to make so much assumptions Gagut is so fundamentally different. They're not even close. So Gagut is what we call Gagut matrix. There's only one Gagut matrix. That's Gij, comma j equal to 0. It is such a shock to everybody, every mathematician. It is such a shock. So unless you are dealing with infallible truths in terms of theorems, whatever you got is temporary and limited. You cannot swear by something that is limited and temporary. So everything else other than Gagut is temporary and limited. Everything else. Gij, comma j equal to 0 is not incremental dynamics. It's the revelation from God. It is the only way it can feature here in Cambridge. Do you understand? Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
That's like Imhotep came before Pythagoras.
Of course, yeah, of course, but see, in other words, the learning up until 1990, almost in every field, is guesswork. That's why it is so hard for you all to deal with this. There's nothing like it. That's why they put it in week 26, a black man joining a crowd of non-blacks, and his way is unique. Nobody shared the week 26 with Gagut. Nobody. It's there by itself. There's no amount of money you pay Jim Crow that would do that if they were not compelled to. And, only God can compel them to do that. So, no, so they talk about roaring water waves. No, what our ancestors did with the roaring water waves, in spite of them doing the magic, black magic and all that, the understanding was not on the level of Gagut. But having said that, it does not mean they were not making contributions, because your contributions is related to what was contributed before you got involved. So many times you're building on somebody, but Gagut is not really building on someone else. There was nobody on that path. There's nobody who has a string of theorems that were all lined up. It's not just documents at all. Now you can prove a few things with, Shabaka geometry, wrongly called Euclidean geometry, to prove a few things. But 1990, they agreed, 1900, they agreed, no, mathematics is gone, because we can't find a way to accomplish a theorem to make it the basis of mathematics. And the classic verification of that is the nickname for David Hilbert, as I indicated before, the last of the great mathematicians. And it says since 1900, beginning with 1900, there will never be a mathematician again, because mathematics is dead. They can't make progress because they can't study theorems. That explains everything. That's
Ooh.
You'll understand.
Yes.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's what was said. Check him out. Check him out on Google. The last of great mathematician, David Hilbert, and you will see.
I sure will.
Yeah, that is this is, and those are good questions that you all are asking. Just give me 1 second. We'll talk to you more about that. It's very, very important. Very important.
Whew. My God, did y'all feel that?
Didn't see it coming.
I'm telling you, that was
Yes.
major league.
John? Yeah. When you, okay. Did you send that stuff to them yet? I'm taking care of it. You have or you are? Yes, I have. Oh, did they verify? No, they have. Okay, please, before you sit down, if you can just do the favor, pull up a lot of them for you, okay? If you send you other stuff, then try to move it. So, while you are doing, what I'm doing is also, I hope I don't have to disturb you when you start reading. Maybe once, and I want to go over the exercise and then I want you to pull up. Okay. Okay. You have the Russia news kind of handy, right? I do. Okay. So, are you all there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking at those who are on the subscribers page. Yeah. All right. So now it's kind of hard to understand the answer to that question, but no, there's nothing like Gagut. Nothing. First of all, what you have there is on the screen right now is the infallible proof of J comma J equal to 0. So there are a lot of things. First, the equation, eta sub n is equal to g sub n j xj to power n plus 1. So it's nothing like it in the mathematics before Gagut that looks like this, that's even have a similar concept. And it's not based on axioms. And the folks, the Indian professor from ABU back in the country of Nigeria and his team, when they came at Gagut, they were very convinced they were going to prevail. And some of you have seen and watched that encounter with them. And yeah, and if you all remember that they were asking me questions about n.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it says, what is n? Yeah, well, the black one there that said Cambridge was his second home and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly.
Yeah.
And so that's a band, they were just curious. And this at first, Tijani was in Imperial College, which is like an MIT of England. It's equivalent to MIT of England. And so certainly top 10 worldwide. So when
he didn't know what N was.
No, I mean, because nothing like this existed before.
That's true. Yes, sir. I get it.
Yeah, nothing like this existed before. It is so drastically different. So usually what people do is to run away from it and just badmouth it at a distance. Take a shot at it while running away. And that happened in 1992 when the guy from Cambridge that I gave him the turbulence to review. And the guy tried to take an easy way out to say, complain here and there. And then in the process, he goofed and said something that was horrendous or kind of, because he was trying to run away from it. Some will give one excuse after another. Yes, this is the proof. This is the most rigorous proof of Gij, J equal to 0.
But Dr. Oyibo, was he misunderstanding the concept, as far as confusing the theory of relativity compared to what we're looking at here? I'm thinking about the response that you gave them is a situation where this is a point, not a transition, but their transition is also embedded in there. Am I misunderstanding that?
Well, the whole dynamics of mathematics or geometry is about point. Point is the fundamental concept. Point. A point. And okay, now saying is what you call so-called modern mathematician. So-called modern, that's what it is. Well, in reality, he's in the generation from the 1900s that said mathematics was dead. And in many ways, that's what he was trying to prevail with, to say, he cited the dynamics with God, but in reality, what he was really focused is mathematics has to be axiomatic. That means you have to make assumptions, and that even just the thinking of it makes me sick because it's so devastatingly
incorrect.
Devastatingly insulting to the creator, I would say, because so in other words, but I know, okay, for example, eta sub n equals g sub nj xj to power n plus 1. At the same time, this is what we call not only elegant, but the ultimate elegance. It's neat. It's neat, it's beautiful, it's awesome. But so then one usually will just think, oh yeah, if it is just so beautiful, if it is just so beautiful, then it's probably superficial. Do you understand? Which is the second point. It is total and yet perfect. And if you remember Professor E. Abubakar, that's what he said. He said mathematically is perfectly correct. Because he knows he knows mathematics. He knows mathematics. Those are very few. But since 1900, and the response from Göttingen is extraordinary. Is the act of God in mathematics. So they had a big relief that they were disproved by God through Gagut. Because when they said there's no more mathematics, that axiomatic mathematics then means that an axiom defines mathematics. And lo and behold, this is, God revealed this. This is the total. In other words, you have Gij, comma j equal to 0, and this is the solutions, the geometric solutions. When you go through a differential equations, or differential geometry equation, the very best they had before Gagut, that is Gauss. Gauss was able to when n is equal to 0, you have g sub 0j xj to power 1. That's what is called, fundamentally, that's a building block for Shabaka geometry, fraudulently called Euclidean geometry. So people have played with that. And you can have wave equations and all that, Laplace equations and all the other stuff. Now, so people could deal with that. To go from n is equal to 0 to 1, Gauss gave it a shot. Their very best. He gave it a shot. And by the time he was done, he saw so much possibilities for disbelief or controversy that he took what he did, was able to find the differential geometry equation for it. But obviously it is so highly nonlinear and convoluted, which is the dynamics that led to the expectation of controversy. So he, packed it up and put it on the shelf in his office or somewhere. And then before he transformed on, he instructed his doctoral student, Professor Raymond, to take what he did and polish it and teach the world. That is making n equal 1. That's what he did. Eventually, Riemann developed it into what would be called Riemannian geometry. Do you understand? It became what is called Riemannian geometry. That is the differential geometry equation. It's like the Gij, comma j equal to 0, but none of them had that. None of them had that. Awesome. Okay. None of them had that. Not only that, they couldn't find any until Gauss came up with something. In the whole world, or European world, because they didn't allow people in schools anyway, so they were not contributing, which is part of the problem. So, in effect, judging from, because I didn't read the actual original work from Gauss, but what came out of Riemann, okay, yes. What came out of Riemann was in effect starting from eta sub 1 and try to form the differential geometry equation from that. This is high level geometry. So if you don't understand it, that's all right. In other words, what I stated in the beginning of my part in the presentation, I told you that the revelation from God says Gij, comma j equals 0. That's a revelation. Now, that did not exist during the time of Gauss, and the expectation of a change in that process ended about 45 years after Professor Gauss transformed on in 1900. Transformed on in 1855. In 1900, they concluded that math was dead. And so axiomatic mathematics now will reign. And since then, any number of theories, theories in mathematics, that's the part that really got me upset. It's like, and I ran into a lot of nonsense in the process, especially with Harvard University. I once was talking to some professor in Harvard. And he was kind of I don't know if you want to, I don't think he sees himself as being humorous, but he was talking all kinds of things to me in a way that was very disgusting. But he was a physicist, and especially the problem is with physicists, because physicists don't understand mathematics. Even when they call themselves mathematical physicists, they don't know much about geometry. Einstein had to learn from David Hilbert. He had to learn the geometry because By the time Einstein came around, Einstein was born in 1878. Professor Riemann transformed on, I think, 1866. So that was way, after. So therefore, Einstein did not meet Riemann, because during that time, Hilbert was born in 1868, I think, or is it 1863. He was born in 1863. And by 1900, he was already a professor, and actually a professor already in the math department at Göttingen University. So anyway, so David Hilbert helped Einstein to formulate, because these are solutions, the geometric solutions to the one differential geometry equation, which is Gij, j equal to 0. Nobody had any clue of that equation. They would talk about Gij, j equal to 0, but that's within Gauss dynamics. But it's a different dynamics. There's a difference, not quite the same. They were not really finding a differential geometry equation. They were proving some kind of assumptions and using that, and they couldn't get Gij, j equal to 0 to be a full-fledged equation or differential geometry equation. They couldn't do that. So they have something called the Gauss divergence theorem, and they will have boundary terms and all the other stuff. And that was not, they were not doing actual geometry, differential geometry at all. It's like some kind of advanced calculus thing, and they were using Gauss's theorem, divergence theorem, and all that. It turns out it's divergent because Jij, comma J is divergence. It's divergence theorem and it's Gauss. So, but this is a full-blown, a generalization of Gauss's theorem completely, that Gauss cannot even. Of course, Gauss is alive. That's why it was wonderful to see that they honored him using this, because he worked so hard searching for this thing, and he wasn't even bold enough to actually, present what he discovered. But that means what he was dealing with was n is equal 1. Contrast that, and of course, he was the only one. And although Riemann, worked on that, Riemann was just polishing Gauss's discovery and eventually transformed it into Riemannian geometry. So, and what they do is to say, okay, oh God, it's hard to explain. It's really hard to explain too, unless you have some higher knowledge of geometry. It's hard for you to understand. But I'll give you some basics. In other words, nobody could go past n equals 0. most people are stuck in n is equal to 0. And there was a son of Gauss's friend who apparently seemed to have, made some contribution even while Gauss was still alive. And they tried to show Gauss his piece of work, and Gauss had said the friend who was hoping that he would congratulate Gauss would congratulate his son. Unfortunately, Gauss was so pissed that he said to his friend, the father of the young man that apparently made some headway, he said, "You want me to congratulate your son?" He says he won't do that because he says, you congratulated him, it's like him congratulating himself, because he said he had already done that already. And of course, that led to a misunderstanding or some kind of fight, mild fight, if you will, between Gauss and his friend, because the friend was disgusted. But so when Riemann came in and he did this thing, eventually David Hilbert, was able to, over a week or so, he was able to teach Einstein some of the basics of how to go into differential geometry equation. Because when you're studying geometry, you need two in actual geometry, pure geometry. You need a differential geometry equation, and you must solve it. And then see if you're able to get solutions, and if the solutions makes any sense at all. It's hard to explain, I can assure you. The reason it's hard to explain is there's a difference between God and creatures. God the creator and creatures, they're light years, infinite light years apart. Of course, that is very clear because we're points. We creatures each are points. Even, and out of the whole infinitely large space-time called the universe or God. So, so the world of mathematics was stuck with just n is equal to 0. When Gauss did it, and he didn't finish it, he finished it, but allowed his student to carry on with it. And the student tried, and eventually David Hilbert got hold of it, and he was able to teach Einstein. And then Einstein went and, developed differential equation for general relativity, and had a close supervision from David Hilbert. David Hilbert was older than Einstein. That is about 15 years older than Einstein. So it's such a big deal, and that's what makes Gagut get so much respect from Göttingen University. So what God has done through Gagut is the differential geometry equation is the Gij, comma j equal to 0. And the infallible proof is eta sub n. That is how the totality of mathematics has been ended. And when you look into the solutions are infinite solutions because n goes from minus infinity to plus infinity. And that's why those of you who are saying Professor Tijani, why he was asking, what is n? And then wondering what happens when n is equal to infinity. Well, n is the parameter that measures the difference characteristics. So you have to get a sense of what characteristics is before you can understand it. But it's all right to be in the class because this are way above. We're talking Gauss, they are very best. That's the realm. But Gauss only went as far as 1, much better than most people, almost everyone else. But nobody could go past 1. I want you to hang on to that, and I'll be right back. Think about what I just said. Okay. Now, did you all hear what I said before?
And you will have to repeat just a little bit of that.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Then go past one.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God. You are just embarking on the ultimate journey. So pace yourself properly. There has been nothing close to this before in the history of humanity. That's why the credit goes to God. It's not the creature's level at all. Gauss, the very best, worked on n is equal 1, as I indicated before. So, and, but, and he struggled with it. Just when he felt comfortable with it to feel that he has made a contribution and a discovery, then he saw the dynamics that would lead to people refusing to believe it or complaining about it or thinking something controversial. So he put it on the shelf and instructed his doctoral student, that's the next generation, to develop it further. That's what Riemann did. And by the time Hilbert, who's younger than both Riemann and Gauss, but older than Einstein, came around, he had to, and he had a good background on invariants. That's David Hilbert, Professor David Hilbert. Okay, he worked very hard in invariants. And so, and the goal when somebody's invariant is, because then the divergence of invariant is 0. So that was a good reason for him to pursue that. But he reached a point where he had to abandon the concept of invariance. So anyway, none of them could go past n equal 1. And even n equal 1, you're supposed to get a differential geometry equation first, then find a solution. Okay. they could not find a differential geometry equation for n is equal to 1. So what was attempted by them was to say, okay, I'm pretty sure they understood that eta sub 1 is the fundamental or characteristic solution to the equations, or to the differential geometry equation they are looking for, which they cannot find. Therefore, so what they were left with was to try to find a way to, first you begin with eta sub 1 out of thin air, because the whole idea is supposed to go from differential geometry equation that is valid, and then out of that, the additional actual validity is that there are solutions. It's the hardest part of mathematics. So Gauss struggled with n equal 1 and made progress. Professor Riemann continued that progress and developed it into the Riemannian geometry. The Riemannian geometry is basically starting from eta sub 1, some special cases they approximate this, and then try to use differential geometry, by looking for the differential of eta sub n, okay, or eta sub 1. So, but the incredible problem is that when eta sub 1, not incredible, very hard problem is that you're going to take the differential of n, and when n is 1, then this is squared. You have to take the second differential to be able to eliminate the variable. And once you've done that, what you're left with is differentials. But the differential here is a guess of the characteristic equation. So we're going to try to work backward, trying to find a differential geometry equation that belongs or connects with eta sub 1. That's what Gauss did, and he did not find it trivial. And coming up with the actual differential equation definitely was not trivial, because what you get stuck with is the metrics. You're going to be stuck with metrics that are highly nonlinear. That's what discourages most people. You get metrics, highly nonlinear differentials. And that is, even by the time they hand it over to Einstein, who is not in that caliber of geometers, is a mathematical physics or theoretical physicist. His geometry is not extraordinary high. So that's why he needed David Hilbert to help him out. But whatever Gauss accomplished, and Riemann contributed. By the time Einstein was ready, he had to go to David Hilbert, who was currently then the math department head, and so on. And he had quite a few students. So they worked with Einstein and helped him come up with some kind of a formulation for general relativity. And eventually they published it and so on and so forth. But it was a theory. Do you understand? Oh God!
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's the hardest part of mathematics. What can I tell you? It's the hardest, very hardest, very hardest. So anyway, so they were stuck. And when Einstein eventually chose to find what he called potential, it was a guesswork. I mean, there was no geometrical base, that is externally sound. And you understand me? He had to make an assumption, especially in his case, who is stronger in physics than geometry. He's certainly excused for making an excuse. He used the metrics, a highly complicated stuff, and said, look, he's going to consider the metrics as a potential. That's an assumption. That's such an arbitrary. The metrics are not potentials. But that's how. So, and he indicated that the metrics appear to be good source of the potential. So you're talking theory. It's not geometry, it's theory, theoretical, so-called theoretical mathematics. So anyway, so he did come up with, the first day I read it, I read his work, his development. It took so much patience. And Eddington had indicated that only he and Einstein, or Einstein himself, understood relativity, especially general relativity, because it's theory. It's theory. They're using theory to, find something that would help them come up with the differential geometry equation. So it's certainly nothing that one can compare to this one here in terms of Gagut. But all that effort is only up to n is equal 1. Nobody ever dared to go to n is equal to more than 1. And that's why Professor Nimalu, the one thing he never really tried to forget when they interview him on Gagut is when he saw Gagut has n equal minus infinity to plus infinity, meaning this is infinite credential, what do you call it? Infinite number of characteristics. That's also evidence of the God order. People couldn't find one, and Gagut is able to provide infinity. And of course, this formula, through the geometry of it, is a formula, it's a solution, fundamental solution. But what it does represent is also that n plus 1 become a quotient of the understanding of the solutions, the quotient, otherwise called intelligence, understanding quotient, or IQ. So therefore, a God order arose. Eta Soben will then become the characteristics of God, in effect, or God order, going from minus infinity to plus infinity for n. And that is also, like I indicated before, one of the reasons why there was an encounter in ABU, for the many reasons. Because they've never seen anything like this before. Oh, man. So, now, and when if you ever read the dynamics of how Einstein, after all the help from Riemann and David Hilbert, and before them, Gauss himself, he still had to struggle to get, and when he come up with the relativity equation, it is so convoluted that and the assumptions that trying to navigate through it requires a lot of courage. And so the bottom line, however, the most serious point is nobody was able to go even settle n is equal to 1 properly in a way that could be considered serious mathematics. Nobody had. Gauss was the very best, one of the best, along with Riemann and David Hilbert. So what is mind-blowing and light years energizing is that when God revealed the Gij, J equal to 0, the most devastating piece of it in terms of critics was Eta sub n. Infinite characteristics of the universe. That's where we are. Which is consistent. Gij, J equal to 0 is proven to be infallible through Eta sub n. And so it's extraordinarily difficult for people to understand. But you can't argue with it, though. There are solutions. There are fundamental characteristic solutions. So all the legends like Yom Kippur and Grigory sagas, obviously they were all amazed. They reviewed it, signed off on it, and everything else. You know. So it's not like any other thing that existed previously. None. It's so different. Very different. And that's what we call the God order, because that's actually the God order from, you know, when you look at it geometrically, you go from a straight line when n is equal to 0 to any number of complexities in terms of the curvatures of surfaces that are fundamental to the universe, or the large, infinite large space-time. That's what God has revealed. So obviously it's Imhotep never encountered this. He was good because during that time they were in the beginning, and some of the dynamics, in terms, for example, the roaring water waves of Nan, which is that wasn't done on a real geometric dynamics or real mathematics. It was done as like a theory in chemistry. So it's a story of mathematics. And complex mathematics, the only thing is that it comes out neat, elegant. One more second. Okay, I think you can now put up the Russian. Very good.
Do you have any other questions about Ada Saben?
No, I'm just wondering if you will send us a script of some of the narrative that we discussed today.
Yes, we'll send that to you.
Okay, good.
Okay. Yes. You have a lot of time to study Gagut. Gagut is extraordinary, different from anything that existed before it. So this is the Russia Daily News. You all understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go into what Russia says so you can get a sense of, this is not for, this is out of sight. There are no syllables that cover this in any school. The best proof of that is the celebration of it by Göttingen University. That's what gives you a sense. John, hello, John. John, are you there? Okay. This is Russia Daily News. Let me see if I can. Okay. I just, can you see? Can you see on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's kind of small.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, kind of small.
Yes, kind
You're
of
right.
small. You're right.
Enlarge it. Okay, so if you look at number 1388, you see Trump's phone, Russia and China listening to phone call. Um, 1329, you have LMG, Russia.
Mute your mic.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
you go. Okay, this is 18th of sorry, October 30th, 2018.
Somebody's mic. Mute your mic.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so I just want to give you a sense of, Russia's only aircraft carrier in port for upgrades and damage in dock accident. All right, so Sri Lanka defense deal with Russia, threatened by US sanctions, but India goes ahead. Okay. Russian man gets stuck in missile silo. The answer, this is Russia Daily News. All right. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to go Okay. So 25 Russian angels, Russian in Germany. Okay, and then lo and behold, 1339 is the Gagut location. That's of the Gagut review or news, the news on Gagut. So can you all see the thing is you can read it better?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah. God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, nicknamed Gagut, Gij, comma j equal to 0, infallibly prove that all theorems and all equations, past, present, and future, originate out of one invariant Gi, which has orthogonal components Gij and a divergence of Gij, comma j equal to 0, which radically, that's not an exaggeration, that's the reality of it, radically unifies all of mathematics, defined as a study of theorems, as well as all knowledge of provable truth, also called theorems, into one singular equation, Gij, comma j equal to 0. Did you all see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's
Oh yeah.
That kind of gives you a sense of why this did not exist at the time of Imhotep. It didn't even exist at the time of Gauss. You all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a lot of courage to in this kind of class. So you are ahead of yourself already. Do you understand?
Oh
Do you all
yeah.
understand that? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
So you pace yourself. Harvard professors will have difficulty sitting in this class. So you are ahead of things. All right. So now, so we're back here. This is where we are over here. Gagut hence contains all of mathematics because mathematics is the study of theorems. Gagut also contains all of physics. You all hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
All of chemistry and all other parts of knowledge of all provable truths and all of existence, because provable truths and existence are theorems. Gagut, together with this infallibility, hence constitutes the only global source of all theorems and the only global source of determining if any hypothesis or conjecture is a theorem or not. That's why where I started the presentation today was telling you the goal here has to do with rediscovering yourself. And like I said, you do very well already, even having the courage to stay in the class, in this class. So, and you can hear, this is the global view of Gagut, especially from Russia. All right. So it's a global source of all theorems and the only global source of determining if any hypothesis or conjecture is a theorem or not. The legendary Cambridge University mathematician Sir Professor Michael Atiyah, whose name you've seen on Göttingen Peace, 7 places below Gagut, was reported to have been delighted to see the review of Gagut by another legendary mathematician, Professor Gregorius Sagas, over 200 MRs, during a briefing on Gagut presented by a young mathematics researcher, the Professor Michael Atiyah, who requested to keep a copy of the Gagut review at SUNY Stony Brook on November 3, 2010. And John Glover was the young mathematics researcher, actually met with Atiyah. Who requested to keep a copy of the Gagut review at SUNY Stony Brook on November 3, 2010. Sir Professor Atiyah, who was at SUNY Stony Brook, to deliver a lecture entitled From Algebraic Geometry to Physics, a Personal Perspective, had his research works, collected works by Michael Atiyah, and field medalist lectures by Sir Michael Atiyah and Daniel Yagonisa, as well as the work Knowledge and Mathematical Thinking by the legendary Göttingen University mathematician, Professor David Hilbert, together with the Gagut work Grand Unified Theorem, Discovery of the Theory of Everything and the Fundamental Building Block of Quantum Theory by Professor G. Oyibo, selected by Göttingen University to honor the greatest mathematician Carl Friedrich Gauss in 2005. God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, Gagut, Gij, equal to 0, as stated earlier, has infallibly proven that all theorems and all equations, past, present, and future, originate out of and can be represented by one invariant G sub I, which has orthogonal components Gij and a divergence of Gij, equal to 0. Gagut has therefore unified all of mathematics into one equation, Gij, equal to 0, and so has already provided solutions to all mathematics problems. The reason Gauss was the reason Gagut was used to honor Gauss, including all of those discussed by Sir Professor Atiyah during his lecture at SUNY Stony Brook on November 3, 2010. Gagut specifically solved the quantum gravity and the unified field theory, including absolute infinity problems discussed by Sir Professor Atiyah, exactly since Gi can represent unified force field or quantum gravity function, or invariant having orthogonal components Gij and a divergence Gij, equal to 0. The infallibility of that representation is established by eta sub n, the fundamental solutions to Gagut, Gij, equal to 0. Do y'all understand?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Where the quantum part is represented by eta sub 0 and the gravity part is represented by eta sub 1. They claim mathematics millennium problems, which were also discussed by Sir Professor Atiyah, particularly the Navier-Stokes equation, the Yang-Mills equation, and the Riemann hypothesis, have all been solved exactly by Gagut, Gij, equal to 0. This is why Gagut was declared a tenured radical by research categorizing institution, whereas the Navier-Stokes equation solutions through Gagut were directly reviewed by the American and European Mathematical Societies, AMS and EMS, e.g. by Professor Dubovsky of the Russian Academy of Sciences and Professor Parsi of Italy, while the Yang-Mills equation solutions through Gagut, together with the Riemann hypothesis resolution through Gagut, were reviewed within the generalized proof of Einstein theory using a new group theory paper. Paper by Professor G. Oyibo by the American and European Mathematical Societies, e.g. by Professor Yom Koro and Professor G.T. Sagas. Gagut again represented an expanded new version of the Riemann hypothesis resolution through Gagut. Within a paper entitled God Almighty's Grand Unifieted Theorem, Gagut, G.I.J., J equal to has revealed proven solution to Riemann. Titled God Almighty's Grand Unifieted Theorem, Gagut, J.I.J., J equal to 0 has revealed proven solution to Riemann hypothesis, a clear mathematics millennium problem. By Professor G. Oyibo, which a group of distinguished mathematicians was invited to review, in addition to its previous general review by AMS and AMS. Gauss 2005 celebration selected works as expected for the greatest expert in any field of knowledge, constitute some of the greatest recognitions in mathematics. That is clearly seen by the partial list of the link below, which includes the works of Professor David Hilbert, which a group of distinguished mathematicians was invited to review, in addition to its previous general review by the AMS, EMS, and AMS. Gauss 2000 celebration selected works as expected for the greatest expert in any field of knowledge, constitute some of the greatest recognitions in mathematics. That is clearly seen by the partial list in the link below, which included the works of Professor David Hilbert, recommended to be studied during week 24 of the 52 weeks of 2005, who was a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss as the head of the mathematics department at Göttingen. University, and who was also for the greatest expert in any field of knowledge, constitute some of the greatest recognitions in mathematics. That is clearly seen by the partial list in the link below, which includes the works of Professor David Hilbert, recommended to be studied during week 24 of the 52 weeks of 2005. who was a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, as the head of the mathematics department. As the head of the mathematics department at Göttingen University, and was also recognized as the last of the great mathematicians. The list also contains the works of Sir Professor Michael Atiyah, who was a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton as master of Trinity College. Of Cambridge University, as well as a Nobel Prize laureate, Faisal Prize laureate, and a field medalist with are y'all following?
So far. Yes, you're reading it.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So you got a sense of what we're dealing with. And that's why it's important, and like I said, you're just trying to rediscover yourself. I say always a good therapy for a situation like this. Very serious point. Like I was reminding you before, both in the British experience as well as the Jewish experience, it was a good part of the therapy, and people kind of got some healing. Who was a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss as the head of the mathematics department at Göttingen University, and who was also recognized as the last of the great mathematicians. This is what I was saying before. The list also contains the works of Professor Michael Atiyah, who was a successor to Professor Isaac Newton as master of Trinity College of Cambridge University, as well as Cambridge University, as well as a Nobel Prize laureate, King Faisal Prize laureate, and a field medalist with each of the three
Prizes being equivalent to a Nobel Prize.
Yes. Abel laureate, King Faisal laureate, Prize laureate, and a field medalist with each of the three prizes being equivalent to a Nobel Prize. And Professor Daniel Yagonis recommended to be studied during the week 19 of 52 weeks of 2005, as well as another work by Sir Professor Michael Atiyah, recommended to be studied during the week 18th of the 52 weeks of 2005. The list further contains the work of Alain Tones, Alain Tones, who was also a field medalist, again, equivalent to a Nobel Prize, and Mathilde McConey, recommended to be studied during week 17 of the 52 weeks of 2005. The work recommended to be studied during week 14 of the 52 weeks of 2005 by Professor Video Carlin and Professor Chen Chang was on geometric mechanics of Riemann manifolds, named named after Professor Bernhard Riemann, another great mathematician from Göttingen University. Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, his doctoral student, and who proposed the Riemann hypothesis. Gagut has its work recommended to be studied during the week 26 of the 52 weeks of 2005, placing it in the center of the Gauss 2005 celebration, which is consistent with the reality of Gagut containing all of the other works selected. Okay. Gagut has its work recommended to be studied during week 26 of the 52 weeks of 2005, placing it in the center of Gauss's 2005 celebration, which is consistent with the reality of Gagut containing all of the other works selected on that list, as well as all of the other works of mathematics. Thus, clearly, one can see that God has already certified Gagut as having earned the Abel Prize, King-Faisal Prize, Nobel Prize, as well as Clay, as well as okay. It's a prize, particularly for the Riemann hypothesis. At least since the distinguished reviewers, including Sir Professor Michael Atiyah, did not disagree with the infallibility of Gagut. The additional basis for accepting and publishing the paper entitled since the distinguished reviewers, including Professor Michael Atiyah, did not disagree with the infallibility of Gagut, the additional basis for accepting and publishing the paper entitled God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, Gagut Gij, equal to 0, has revealed proven solution to Riemann hypothesis, a clear mathematics millennium problem by Professor G. Oyibo in the Gagut Unified and Radical Mathematics Research Journal. Okay, number 1, volume 1, November 2010, which can be obtained in the following, as well as Gagut containing all of the mathematics works that have earned or shall earn in the future all Abel Prizes, all King-Faisal Prizes, all Nobel Prizes, as well as all other prizes, including Clear Mathematics Institute Millennium Problems. You all understand? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We
Okay. Well, so what you know, it's kind of hard to make some comparisons sometimes between two works, you know, because between two pieces of work, especially when they are big, when they are way. And did you inform them of the when you're going to be sending the one full registration to do their book?
What?
The journal. Did you have to inform them when you're going to be sending? Okay. Okay, so that's where we are. Is the totality of mathematics, and there's a lot of learning that will be part of your therapy. However, is the totality of knowledge. So you got to pace yourself. Do you understand me?
Yes, pace myself. Okay.
Yeah, pace yourself so that you have a goal. Now, like I said, the Jewish people, or for that matter, even Newton, yeah, people try to study the new developments. In the case of Einstein, when one of the earliest lectures that he had coming from Germany, the hall was filled up with people. Do you all understand? There were lots of
Yeah.
Yeah, there were lots of people. How, and he cracked a joke by saying, "I had no idea that that so many people love tensor calculus in America." You understand? You understand? He made a joke. No, what they like, they were coming from mostly, and that is true of your situation as well. Just being in the class is part of it. Do you understand me?
Right.
Yeah.
Because after 500 years, you get into a situation where you have something that you can call your own for sure. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
so
sir.
There's no substitute for that. So, because it's not only the totality of mathematics, the totality of knowledge. That part is going to be hard for you to, but, pace yourself. Like the Einstein situation, it's not everybody that, most of them, I never heard about tensor calculus before. Maybe if it was mentioned in the newspapers, okay? Otherwise, there was no way for them to, I understand. But they were excited. They were, at this point, it is, but you also learn. See, in other words, you heard something here today. Even what I'm saying right now is part of the learning process. Do you understand me? You were in a class where the totality of knowledge was discussed. Do you understand?
Yep.
That's enough accomplishment. Okay, because nothing like this has ever happened before. And if you didn't have a problem, it should have surprised you. If you didn't find challenges, it should have surprised you. But it is elegant, and that the Russians will publish this much, it has the largest space in the whole news coverage. Okay. So, and by the way, the Russian understanding of, a good part of this, as you can see, they're very detailed in there. You can see they have a better feeling of Gagut than anything that you've seen here in America.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you can see that. So therefore, you need to be that way. You need to be the source of the best understanding of Gagut in America. Do you understand me?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it's not going to happen overnight. That's the other reality of it. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the ultimate level of mathematics. But it's also miraculous. You understand? And okay, the other thing is you can read it on your own. You can read this piece. But in other words, it even analyzes Göttingen too. As some of the things that are included here were mentioned by John earlier on. Do you all understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
Even though it came from Russia and Germany and they monitor each other. So it isn't surprising that, the Russians, if you remember the Göttingen list, their man was number second, the number 25. Okay? In other words, it is a ranking that has Black people number 1 at week 26. And 25 is a Russian. Do you understand me? So that means Gagutian America, are on top. That's not a trivial thing. Just picking up on that and reading through that is a lot of accomplishment, because then it gets into your psyche, because therapy is what you are. You must be, indulging right now is what must be your focus, because your health and mental as well as physical health are going to be improved once you begin getting this therapy. Plus, as you learn more, you're going to be able to teach more. But just the idea in terms of what's contained in Gagut, in terms of not necessarily technical knowledge, but just a basic knowledge about what it is, So by reading it, you're going to get some sense. You have all problems. As you saw me read earlier, God has already certified Gagut as having earned all these prizes. Do you understand me? Now, the one other thing that is important is to help our people understand what the British, the Jews have, how they were uplifted by their formulas and what we need to do in terms of, see, this is for Black people, and although the last 2,500 years experience, had put us in a position where we were a little sluggish with the dynamics of ownership of things. But that's why you need therapy. Do you understand me? Do you understand?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So therefore, it's all part of therapy, but you cannot hold yourself back. You have to let yourself go. Do you understand me? Read about what's happened to, the Jewish people, and then you see what you need to do. That parallel is very important. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what we need to. But you cannot take your eye away from Gagut. That would be a very serious mistake. You don't want to do that. Every day you must watch Gagut videos. And then at some point, the dynamics that's going on with Jim Crow in terms of them not recording our subscribers. Okay, we're going to also, there needs to be a response to whoever their source, the YouTube and all that, to let them know that we are seeing their fraudulent concealment, techniques that are going on there, and that needs to be rectified. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's all.
And
Go ahead. What did you say?
Yeah, another thing too, Professor, another thing too, about a month ago, I did a video on YouTube, and I put the word God equation in there, and I had the Gaga books in there, and it got, within 2 days, 1 thousand views, and they took that down. YouTube took that video down. They sure did.
Wow.
They took it down.
Yes. Well, so the dynamic, the challenge to that is you keep on doing it. The method that you got something, and that's what is their basis of jealousy and you understand me. So and see, that's why I'm saying number one focus is therapy. 2, you're going to gradually, through that therapy, you reorient yourself towards getting back on track. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Okay. So, but you have to be committed to it. The worst thing you can do is to allow it slide. You don't allow something like this slide because it will be stolen. You don't want, and part of the rustiness is the fact of Jim Crow stealing from us for 2,500 years. But we endured that, but look what God has given to us. That's where the focus must be. Do you understand me? It's very, very important. Very important.
Yeah.
Yes. So once we do that, and also remember that where there's a will, there's a way. Yes, you are entitled to therapy, and you can't get a better therapy compared to. In other words, they're fraudulently using so-called Darwin's associated, Darwin's fraudulent theory of eugenics to try to, fraudulently conclude that we are the lowest humans in terms of intelligence. So you can see you couldn't get a better response than what God did through Gaga. That's why Your eyes must be on the prize, and the prize here is Gagut. Do you all understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
don't let this slide, because this comes only once for eternity. You understand me? So you don't want and that's all those little things there that have been done by Jim Crow is done deliberately to try to frustrate us and all that, but you must never be frustrated. They have their very best. That's Gauss. It's not a joke. John probably shares that with you regularly. Gauss is their very best mathematician, and that rejected, thing there becomes the cornerstone. Rejected stone becomes the cornerstone. That's where we are. Can you all see that?
Oh yeah.
Let's get therapy and enjoy that process. But we cannot disengage every day. See, because don't kid yourself. Even when you don't understand, it's better go listen to maybe 10 minutes. If you can listen to more, because they're all there for therapy. Okay. And for you to, at your own pace, get back on track. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And all we need is to be able to see a brother or sister who is making progress, say hello to such people and all that. But you also must talk to every one of us. Okay, anybody that need tell them about Gagut and Sister Ra has been doing such a marvelous job, and the rest of you are, encourage them. Okay, they can't believe it. That's all right. Russia is carrying your news and all that. You need to be aware of that news. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that is what needs to be done. You have to be thoroughly determined, because nobody expected this around, coming on, at all. Nobody did. But here it is. We're here. So the practical side of it is a very, very important part in terms of how do you apply Gagut. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that, you go and understand the intricate part of Gagut. Gagut is the totality of knowledge. So that takes eternity to actually grasp it, to any serious level. But you can use a simple concept. One concept is Gij, comma j equal to 0 is like initial amount minus the final amount must be 0. That is another way of expressing divergence, which is Gij, comma j equal to 0. Okay, and which is the dynamics of how you solve problems. That's problem solving. Do you understand when you say initial amount minus final amount is equal to 0? That's the basic techniques of solving problems. Do you all understand? Do you all understand?
Yes.
You all understand?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're going to apply that, but we must be talking to our people. We want to one of our major problems is, of course, media. Okay, the other piece is also, this one is a solution to just this piece of information. It's not only relevant, but a very powerful package for our reparation. Do you understand?
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes. In other words, they fraudulently killed our genius in terms of being the most intelligent set of creatures. And so they cheated us out of all the ORs that is definitely packaged. So you're going to learn more. You're going to interact with us ground zero here. Let's work on that reparation. So, because it's all part of the therapy. So that's not something that we how can I say, sluggish on. We have to move, and those who, who are trying to, like the, either the governments or individual, there's Shirley Lee Jackson or somewhere like that in Texas. Okay, Sister I think, and Brother John Glover, they've been trying to get hold of that. Sister Wright, remember Shirley Jackson? Is that Shirley Jackson her name? The Congresswoman.
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is, Professor. Yeah, okay. I got an email. Yes, sir. That's her.
Yeah. So we got, but others who, but also the meetings with the mayors, those are also very important pieces. John should be able to get some of you, actually, make an appointment with the mayors in your cities so that we go over the kind he was sharing with you earlier on. Okay, that's important. That's part of the whole activities, so that they know that they owe us a lot, and they need to pay what is owed to us. Okay, and so
yes,
because once those funds begin to be available, then there's a lot of things we can do. Okay, a lot of things. We're going to be asking for land. We're going to be asking for a lot of things. Do you all understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. But this piece that I just went over with you must be in your hands. Tomorrow you're going to read it again and, view the video from our channels. And slowly and surely, we're going to be engaging those who are sabotaging our counters on the channels and blocking people away. And then, of course, stopping our people from become subscribers and all that. We're going to deal with that. You just pace yourself down. You have to have a lot of patience. They'll understand, because you've already, God has already blessed us with ultimate victory. Do you all understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sir.
So, that then we have the last word, because this is the last word. G.I. is the very last word. The solutions to all problems on the planet, on this world, is in here. So you must keep your eyes on the prize. That's the most important, one of the most important things, is that this is our everything that we needed. Is heaven. It's really heaven on earth, because heaven is a state of existence where there are no problems, because they've been solved already. You understand? That's what theta sub n represents. That's a solution to all problems. All right, so we got to disengage with disbelief and begin to get closer to the formula. That's what represents us. Do you all understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. John is going to tell you all, I guess it's he's going to, John? Okay, you're going to be telling that those whose journal needs to be delivered, tell them when they're going to be expecting it. I'm sorry.
We're going to be delivering your journals out within this week, the next 2 days. You hear?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
You can go if you have any questions.
No, I just want to say, Brother Ali and Sister Ra, it was a nice engagement with you all today, and hope we keep the links going.
Yes, sir. You as well. God bless you.
Gagut greetings.
Gagut's greetings, everybody.
Gagut greetings, everyone.
All right.
And stay connected with ground zero.